Zoobox, is that you?
What the fuck kind of name is that?
Yo, Zoobox, what it do, baby? It's your boy, Ari Spears here.
Going to win Zoobox and persevere.
The Zoobox is working.
I don't know what Zoobox means. I don't get it. Is this just some, I mean, obviously it's a code name of some kind.
Zoobox is working, man.
He says you a trash rapper.
Man, I want to dress up like a bunny rabbit in the fuck.
That's all I gotta tell you, Zoobox. Come on, man. Chin up, find a place to smile, right?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to Zoobox Goes to the Movies Live. I am your host, Shaun. I'm here with my adopted son, Jeremy, and my cousin brother, Dan Profitt, making his debut on the Goes to the Movies Live, making his brand new debut. What's going on, boys?
Such an insult that this is my quote-unquote debut on Zoobox Goes to the Movies when I was a founding member of Zoobox to the Movies many years ago. Glenn Ross.
That's true. Glenn Ross. It was our first sojourn, and what actually that's like an interesting podcast because we had internet problems, which I found out were mine. weren't even Dan's mountain internet. And when I had to go in and edit the podcast, I had to every 15 seconds or 30 seconds like go edit out a weird pause. But that's neither here nor there. We're here tonight. We've come together. We've been brought together by the power of Cowabunga, by Turtle Power. Okay, everybody? That's right. We're going to be talking about all three 1990s Ninja Turtles movies. We're going to be talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from 1990. Just a year later, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze. And 2 years later, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, now called Turtles in Time, at the time was not called Turtles in Time. They did that because everybody called it Turtles in Time, because there was a very popular Super Nintendo game, which I'm sure everybody here has played at least once, or at least knows about, called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4 Turtles in Time. But they have no relation to each other. Just to get that out of the way. That's the deep kind of information you're going to be getting tonight. We're going to be going full on in the hog. Just fucking talking about turtles. We got Trembling up here. Trembling says, I'm running this monkey show now, Frankenstein. That's true. Listen, we're deep. We are basically in some kind of underground facility. We're all about to lose our minds. So we are kind of
I'm literally in an underground facility.
Yeah. He's literally in a survival bunker right now. As you can see, he's loaded up with all of his survival gear. Let's get Dan in the big frame.
I got everything you need. I got everything you're going to need to survive the apocalypse.
Lots and lots of plastic. I mean, Dan's honestly, it's a kind of an impressive collection he's got back there. And I learned a little bit about the NECA stuff today. Was that these all these toys that Dan bought? These are all actually came out within the last year or so.
Oh yeah, they're new. They're expensive.
Well, they're already expensive. They're already collector's items, and they came out in 2023.
Yeah, well, but they're fucking great. I mean, aside from the fact that they kind of fall apart as soon as you touch them, they're fucking amazing. I mean, look at this shit. Look at this Toka. Okay, his eyebrows articulate. You can have him be.
He's got eyebrow articulation.
Or you can have him be. I mean, come on. How is that not worth $75?
Having too much fun over there, as they say. Yeah. It's they did a good job on those toys. I'm not gonna lie. I was looking at them kind of closely in detail today. Judith Hogue was actually directly involved with NECA making her own April O'Neil figure. I found out that Elias Koteas almost didn't allow NECA to use his likeness, and they were going to make it so that you couldn't take the mask off. And then Judith Hogue got on the phone and she said, Elias, what are you doing?
This first edition of Casey, you couldn't take the mask off. I think it was packaged with, it was like the original release of it. This is the one. You can't take the mask off. But then you have the Farmhouse and the Ultimate Edition Casey's where you can take it off.
Which
I have also I have become an encyclopedia of this fucking shit in the last, 2 months ago, my experience with NECA was that I had bought a couple of them for Theo.
Yeah.
But there's been this like splinter in my mind, excuse the pun, and I've been thinking to myself, like, I want a Donatello. Like, I just want a Donatello for myself that he can't touch, that he can't break and use like a hammer. He's 4 years old, fucking drives me crazy. But then what happened was, I caught a deal, okay, and I got all 4 knockoff turtles for like the price of one. I got them for $45.
Whoa!
And
that's
that
when you caught
fucking
the bugs.
Dude, literally, because I lined them up. I had gotten a Casey Jones and a Splinter for Theo, but we ended up kind of like sharing them because he didn't really like them. So I was like, oh, I'll just keep them. You can play with them when you want. And then when I lined up all the turtles with Casey and Splinter, it was like a fucking revelation. And I was like, I need to get the Shadow Master to fight these guys. And then 60 days and $1,400 later, here I am in front of a pile of plastic.
Now, do you feel like I mean, honestly, it's pretty cool. Like, I looking at your stack behind you, and I'm like, you know what? It's pretty cool,
right?
I don't think I've seen a finer shrine.
I mean, the lizard part of my brain activates. I'm like, those toys do look pretty fucking cool.
And it all came together at a time where, like, I paid off a massive debt from a business fuck up that I did a couple years ago, and I was just like, you know what, motherfucker, I'm gonna treat myself. And then, like, the lizard part of my brain, like, Homer Simpson choked my actual brain, and it was just like, fucking deal. Oh wow, you're on eBay again. There's another fucking deal. Well, boom, and now I've got every. There's nothing left for me to buy.
There's no other
Danny.
movie. There's no
fucking,
movie. Oh yeah, you need Kano or Kino or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah,
Kino. Yeah, I'm never gonna buy Kino.
Why not, dude? You have all of them, Dan, and you're just not gonna get.
Maybe I might get the Kino where he's training with the foot soldier. That one's pretty dope because it comes with a heavy bag. But if they ever do Paige Turco, I'm gonna get her.
Well, you gotta. I mean,
all I want that's left is the Spirit of Splinter, which was a fucking loot crate, and it's like $500 now on eBay. And then the accessory pack for the first movie that's on for $250 out there. I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, is this Looney Tunes?
How many alternate heads do I need? All of them. The answer is all of them.
Oh, actually, all of them. Yeah, quite a bit.
It might as well be freaking.
But anyway, let's not.
Playhouse.
Let's not.
Might as well call it Pee Wee's Playhouse. Are you kidding me?
Anyways.
Yeah, let's not get distracted by the king's booty. Okay.
Exactly. By all that.
We're here to talk about movies.
We're here to talk about goddamn movies. We're going to be starting off with your first movie, 1990's, The Ninja Turtles. Before that, let me catch up with chat. Trailing in the chat says both of Dan's April O'Neil figures are pregnant with light green babies. Listen, this is probably true. Trailing also says the second in command guy of the Foot dude still won't let NECA have likeness rights, so there still isn't a figure of that dude. No unmasked Shredder either, so I assume that Japanese dude said no too. These are all valid points.
Well, first of all, you can take the mask off both of the Shredders, and they have one called the Shadow Master, which is it's just the scene with Shredder and Splinter before he mutates fighting when they're like fighting in the dark. They made a fucking toy of that, dude.
Gotta have it, dude.
No, I don't need it. I don't.
Gotta have it. Listen.
But I don't understand what, like, if you were an actor, and I'm not saying that these guys are B-list actors, but it's not like the guy who played second in command to Shredder for the first 2 movies had a prolific fucking career. Why would you be like, no, you can't use my likeness? I don't want to get paid to do nothing. What, like, why?
It's honestly, it probably is because they're just like, no, we can just hold out for more money. I think that was really what Elias Koteas was about, because he said the same thing about the movies. He's like, oh, you want Casey Jones to come back? It's going to cost you. Like,
right.
You want me to play Casey Jones again? But with that said, let's just get in. You guys just want to dive into 1990s Turtles?
Sure.
Or do you need to opine more on your toys, Dan?
No, I mean, I dive right in because I've been diving into this shit for like the last week, and I'm just like, I'm ready. I'm
ready.
Seeping
me
turtle.
too. I'm ready. And if we wait any longer, the moment will pass and it'll never happen. So,
well, how about this? I mean, what was your guys' first experience with the live action Turtles? What was your earliest memory of it?
That's what we're gonna do. After I hit this drop.
They're young. Yeah. They're cool.
Excellent.
They're amphibians.
I never asked to look for a can opener.
America's most radical superheroes are now a real live movie.
A fellow checker, eh?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Rated PG. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
That's right, my fellow Chuckers. We're going to be talking about 1990s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, directed by Steve Barron, written by Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird, and Bobby Herbick. Stars Judith Hogue, Elias Koteas, Corey Feldman, Leif Tilden, Brian Tochi, Josh Pace, David Foreman, and others. The logline plot synopsis is 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles emerge from the shadows to protect New York City from a gang of criminal ninjas. All right. So let's start with age before beauty, Dan. Yeah. You're the oldest one. So you probably actually have the most direct connection to them, because I think I came a little late, like to the Turtles train. I was born in 86. So I was not like directly plugged in basically until the movies come out. Like that's really when I got into Ninja Turtles. I was a little late.
Well, I'm only like a year and a half older than you. I was born at the tail end, well, at the very end, December 14th of 84, Docs. And so I was not that much older than you, but I had 2 older brothers, right? So like when you have older brothers, there's like runway into media. Like they've already experienced it and you get it, like it matriculates down to you. So I remember being, I loved the cartoon. And I have a distinct memory of my uncle. We had all had dinner, and my uncle and aunt were getting ready to go. And I remember him saying, like, in a few months, there's a live action version of the Turtles coming out. I don't have any memory of what led to that in the conversation or any memory of what was said after. But I remember him going, yeah, there's going to be a live action Turtles. And I remember thinking, how are they going to do that?
Yeah.
Like, how are they going to have 4 live action turtles bouncing around on screen? And I was so floored, man. So before it even came out, I was excited for it. And I had seen Batman 89 the summer previous. And so I was already kind of like in love with the idea of seeing heroes on the screen. Mm-hmm. And I loved the Ninja Turtles because the cartoon was on in my house all the time. I remember my first memory, there's a lot of formative memories going on with the Turtles. My first memory of getting up early, like super early, like 5 a.m., was because we had rented the Ninja Turtles arcade game for the Nintendo, which, on the Cowabunga collection, you should definitely get that. And I remember being so excited for it that I woke up before my brothers and everybody, not with an alarm or anything, just pure excitement, shot me up in the morning. And I ran down the stairs as quietly as I could so I didn't wake anybody up. I didn't wake my brothers up, so I could just have like an hour by myself with the game. You know what I mean? To just rock it. No sharing turns or controllers. No, it's my turn. No, you just died and you don't get it. No. Hour by myself with the Turtles. And that was like, I was so excited. So some of my earliest memories of being like wicked excited for product comes from
the Turtles,
this particular intellectual property. But I was like, as I was re-examining all this stuff, now that I'm older and I have a kid, like I wasn't a shelf guy until now. Like all throughout my adult life, I had a shelf. It was vinyl. I had a music shelf.
Yeah, you have a collector's mentality, just not for that stuff. That's why I don't go down those roads, because I know how I am. I know how I am with movies, like, so I can't start.
Yeah. Oh, do you want me to walk over there and pick up a couple of the laser discs that I bought on impulse, and I don't have a laser disc player? I'll do that. I've got Braveheart and The Fugitive. So anyway,
nice.
So, but as I was examining, like, what was it about the Turtles that's so special? Because this has stuck. The Turtles have stuck around for like 2.5 generations now
since they started.
And yeah, they haven't stopped. And like I was watching a clip of Vanilla Ice. He was like, dude, Superman has fallen off. He's like, when I was a kid, Superman was the shit, and nobody talks about Superman anymore.
I can appreciate Yeah, I can appreciate that the Vanilla Ice would have this opinion and then directly connect himself to it as being part of its legacy. Just can't. I mean, listen.
Well, he was like, he was like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if anybody knows what it is, but there's something so endearing about this property that it just. He said it's never been off the toy shelf. He said I've never walked through a Kmart or something and Ninja Turtles been off the toy shelf in my entire life. And I think it's just funny that he still kind of milks it, and he's still a Ninja Turtles.
Well, dude, like at this point, he's more well known for Ninja Rap than he is for anything he did. I mean, at this point in his life, more people are going to know Vanilla Ice because of Ninja Rap. It's the only thing that keeps Vanilla Ice in cultural rotation. Every couple of years, every 10 years, a new generation discovers Secret of the Ooze, and they're all and they hear the Ninja Rap.
I just think it's cool that he is on board with it and not bitter about it. He's just it's not like he's making any money off of it anymore. I guess he gets a little notoriety. But anyway, to finish my thought, and then we'll move on because I'm so long-winded. I'm sorry, but as I was watching it with my kid, I was because Theo also really got into Transformers, and then he wanted me to tell him Transformers bedtime stories, and I was like, dude, I don't fucking remember any of that stuff. I don't even remember the Transformers names, man.
Yeah, you guys look at him in the face and be like, Transformers are stupid. Okay, Turtles.
I have no bones about telling him what stuff sucks and is garbage, and sometimes he'd be like, Papa, I like junk TV. You just say it, you know what I mean? Hey, as a kid, who doesn't? But why didn't Transformers stick with me? Why didn't some of the He-Man stick with me? Because it's like robots go fight robots in space. There's nothing going on there. Okay, there's nothing to cling to.
Yeah,
and the Turtles have characters, and they have heart, and there's a message behind it. There's a lot about family, and it's fun, and it's always weird. They're always throwing weird curveballs at you. Here's a fucking Triceratops in armor, and.
Yeah. Well, it has it combines that sense of kind of wild, abandoned child's imagination with a sincere earnestness at its core that speaks to you as a kid and as an adult. You can go back and they are identifiable things like, who am I? Why am I like this? Why am I we're about to talk about the 90s Turtles. I mean, that's what that whole movie's about, why are we the way we are? Why is Raph mad all the time?
Yeah. And they have character, there's stuff to cling to and relate to in their character.
Yeah.
And they're very human, and that's what makes them so relatable. And so that was what stuck with me. But when I was a kid, it was just like you said, it's everything that little kids love. There's nothing not to love about it. And I remember just being so excited about the Turtles all throughout my childhood. I dressed up as Raphael probably 3 different times for Halloween. It's just Turtles have always been part of my DNA. And then I grew up into adult, and they kind of vanished into the, out into the cultural landscape.
Yeah, as they're supposed to. And then you come back to it when you've created a little boy who needs the Turtles.
I remember when I was in New Mexico, I had a friend at Whole Foods, and we would smoke a lot of pot together. Big surprise. And her and I would watch the Ninja Turtles, the Michael Bay ones. We were the only people in the world that actually liked and appreciated the fucking Michael Bay ones. I love those ones, by the way. That's a whole nother episode. But so other than that, the Ninja Turtles were just kind of out there. And then I had kids, and it's wow, this is we really deeply screen all the intellectual property that the kids are allowed to watch, and the Ninja Turtles pass with fucking flying colors on so many levels. And I'll get into that more later after you guys have had a chance to speak to your experiences. But that's my story with the Turtles, man. They've always been with me. I've always been excited about them. They've always appealed to my various natures. And now that I'm an adult, I understand why, and I can really enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. Let me catch up with the chat real quick, and then Jeremy, you can go. Let me see here. Trelming says, I had a poster from the first Turtles movie and the first Batman on my wall in the first bedroom I can remember. Being a kid in the 90s ruled. I was born in October of 85. Yeah, actually, I think I definitely have the Batman one. I was very into Batman as a kid. We got Big Paul in the house. He says, Zoobox is working. He also says, Nekka King looks like a doppelganger of the Spice King with a asterisk next to it.
Well, my shoulders have been killing me. My shoulders have been killing me because I wear so many crowns.
Aeneas Tinker said the Transformers literally has a Triceratops in armor. Yeah, and you know what? Aeneas, it's fucking lame. It's not cool. It's not cool like when the Turtles have Triceratops in armor. It's different. You don't get it. What is that? Is that like a little comic book? A little newspaper?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Hold on. Here, I'll make you big. Oh, Ninja Rap is born. There we go.
They actually give you a little newspaper. And it's made of paper, so you can tear it up and destroy it after you paid $150 for it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, you really want to show your kid how powerful you are, how little you actually care? Like, check this out. I'm gonna destroy my own NECA stuff. Trembling says, plus, even when you've grown past the Turtles on screen, the old comics they originated from are genuinely good. Actually, I agree. I've revisited a bunch of the comics in preparation for this. All right, Jeremy. So you're a little bit younger than us. So when do you come to the Turtles? Actually, I'm kind of curious. What version of the Turtles did you run into first?
Yeah, I'm a little bit scattered. It's interesting. So I come into this world 2 years after the release of 3, 1995. And I probably heard about Ninja Turtles through just word of mouth among friends and things growing up in school. But my family never really, apart from my uncle, who I have a very distinct memory of showing me this little flip book of it's like a few seconds of Mikey just kind of dancing around with Duck. She could just kind of like flip through it. It's about 300 frames. I would assume that's probably my earliest memory where I looked back and actually started to get curious about this franchise. By that point, I was very familiar with all the Jim Henson stuff, Sesame Street, Muppets, Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, all that sort of thing. So when I find out that there's these live action puppet animatronic characters done with that same studio, my mind kind of goes racing just to see what this is all about. Now, I watched the first film when I was really young with my uncle, and then I kind of forgot about it after a little bit, after a while. I guess I just wasn't quite ready or quite into it. Although, and I'm glad one of you brought up Tim Burton's Batman. I have such a long nostalgia for that film when watching that when I was little, and that film. This first Ninja Turtles film and movies like Dick Tracy all kind of harness this aesthetic that I can't quite place. It's just like those New York City backdrop, gothic.
Yeah, it's like kids movies taken seriously.
Yeah,
they're kind of they feel like proper movies, not like kids. Well, at least the first Turtles, and then Dick Tracy and Batman. But I think that's kind of what they're like. That aesthetic, I agree, was at the time it was kind of ubiquitous. It was kind of everybody took a stab at that.
Yeah. Well, and then by the time I get a little bit older and I'm just a Saturday morning cartoons guy, I would say I actually grew up with the 2003 Ninja Turtles program for quite a while. Yeah.
People say that's pretty good. I think I've seen a little bit of it, but probably not a ton.
Yeah.
Because they've always been around, like we were kind of saying. That's why I was curious. What cycle of Turtles did you jump into? There's all these different eras of Turtles. Right. I'm always shocked to see oh yeah, there's 8 seasons of a Ninja Turtles cartoon that I've never seen anything of. I've never even seen a picture of it. And then I come to discover that there's 200 episodes of it.
Right. And then I came back to those original 1, 2, and 3 films from the 90s, not too shortly after, because I do with fresher eyes, and I've always loved the first one. Even now as an adult, when we live in a time right now where it's embarrassing to be an adult man obsessing over these cartoon.
It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah,
it's kind of a bummer. Because you can't. You're right. You're guilty by association.
Yeah.
Let's call them. Let's be a little mean. We'll call them mouth breathers. Just they're out there, guys. They're out there, and you feel a little bit ashamed. You're I can't tell people. I'm 37 years old. I can't be telling people that I that I kind of like this Ninja Turtles movie.
Yeah.
Hopefully Dan will come back. He had to drop out. I think his internet's going a little wonky.
Right.
Let me see here. We got Trembling in the chat. Trembling says, "Oh shit, Jeremy just unlocked a memory for me. I had a film still flip book from 2 of the scenes where they fought Toka and Razor at the concert. I have no idea where it came from. I'm sure it was like a promotional thing that they probably either gave away in like a Happy Meal type scenario, or actually it was the era of the what do you call them? The top cards.
Yes.
Remember every movie would have like, oh wait, you might not remember this. Actually, come to think of it, you might not remember this. Do you remember that? Like baseball cards for movies?
Yeah, that still carried over for quite a while. I might have like vague memories of seeing some of that, but I think I was like I was nearing the end of that whole era of just
Well, because they would just blast that kind of shit out. I mean, like every movie that they wanted to be a successful franchise,
right.
like they wanted to franchise. So you'd mentioned like Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy had all that kind of stuff. Actually, it's coming in the mail, and I'll probably do a video about it. I have the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yes,
a 4K super duper edition coming from Australia from Umbrella, and it comes with reproductions of all that stuff. That's kind of why I wanted it. I was like, oh, cool. It's got like the top cards and like the fanzine and all that kind of stuff, which there was tons of. Turtles was no exception, because I know I had a lot of that stuff. It's the kind of thing you would bother your mom at the grocery store in the checkout. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Mom, can I get these? Can I get one thing? Can I get one thing?
Right.
Trembling says, man, I can still taste the lousy gum that came with 90s trading cards. Yes. They all came with some gum. Dan's here. Let's see if he's... Well, he's not quite here yet. Let me see. Ania says, I have an entire box of unopened 1989 Batman cards. Oh, damn. Nice.
I got one of those I bought at a game store a couple years ago, and the gum is still in there. I tried a tiny piece of it, and that's all I'll say.
Just tastes a little bit like cardboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my experience with it, the first thing I really remember is the cartoon and the movie, like kind of simultaneously. Like I was like 4 when it came out. My dad was in the military, and he was away. He was stationed down in Texas, Corpus Christi, Texas. I still distinctly remember this because I used to. It was back before the days of like, shipping trackers and all that kind of stuff. I had to ask my mom like every day. I'm like, can we go to the post office to see if a package had come? Because my dad bought me one of every Ninja Turtle and the Ninja Turtle movie on VHS. And I was waiting with bated breath. And I still have a distinct memory of this being like 4 years old. I was like so excited to get the toys and get the movie. And that's my kind of beginning with the Turtles. I don't know, for some reason, like the cartoon, I definitely watched it, but it did not have as much of an impact on me as the movie did. Like the 1990 movie was kind of it for me.
Right.
Because I've gone back because I also have 2 sons. So a lot of this stuff, just like with Dan, like it's very similar, like kind of just came back into my life. You start kind of going through the things that you liked when you were a little kid, when you were a little boy, and you want to share that with your children, etc. And I realized that I had not seen very much of the cartoon because we were watching the cartoon. We bought like the DVDs. And we were watching the cartoon. I'm like, I have not seen either I have never seen them or I just don't remember them like at all. I have a way more distinct memories of like the comic book and the movie.
Right.
Trembling says, I was the spazzy kid that got super pumped about Valentine's Day cards for franchise I loved. I can see that. Yeah. One of the, when they would get those, I guess nowadays it's like Transformers, Bumblebee related stuff. But yeah.
I had an interesting trajectory there too, because it was really the comics I think I discovered last. I think I always knew in the back of my mind they had to have been based on some sort of comic book line or something, but I mean, my surprise the first time I just saw like how edgy and hardcore they were compared to the much more stripped down television series and kid-friendly stuff that would come after.
I mean, they completely changed the tone, although I feel like the spirit is still pretty well represented.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get Dan back. Can you hear us, Daniel? Maybe not. We'll see.
I hope
Hopefully,
his toys are okay.
I hope his toys are okay. Yeah. Hopefully nobody came in. That's what happened. The Foot Clan, guys. Oh, no. It's the Foot. Yeah, I keep getting distracted. Sorry.
No. I was gonna say, and then I guess also in that period when I was young, it was the third film I think that would just play on cable a lot, and so that was just what I kind of knew Turtles for in terms of live action stuff. And never did I expect to see them like do crossovers with the Power Rangers and then Michael Bay stepping in and all this other stuff later on. But
yeah, I mean, like some of that stuff I don't really even have too good of a read on, like especially like the Michael Bay ones. Like I didn't watch them until I had kids. Yeah. Actually, I didn't even see the Michael Bay Turtles movies until I had kids, which was like a couple years ago. And I would agree with Dan where I don't think that they're as bad as their reputation is. But it's also not great either. Treming says Dan is pissed at his internet and smashing all of his toys right now. Oh, he would never.
Dude, you have no fucking idea.
I'll name drop one other regular again, who we've talked about plenty of times on other crossovers, but James Rolfe, I think as well, late 2000s.
Oh, that's true.
Definitely kind of got me, or at least immersed me into that world of just classic Turtles.
Dude, James Rolfe introduced, I think people your age, like an entire generation into like that Gen X nostalgia vein.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, he tapped right into that shit. People talk shit about the Angry Video Game Nerd, but dude, that guy has done so much for like film preservation and awareness of like weird old shit. I have tons of respect for him. I remember in 2014, 2012 or something like that, he's making videos about the treasure of the Sierra Madre for his fan of 15-year-olds. His fan base is 15 years old. And I was like, that's awesome. Nobody else is doing that. Nobody else could convince a 15-year-old to go watch like an old classic movie. But James Rolfe did it on the reg. So I always have respect for him for that. Yeah. So, Dan, did you see? So you were super excited. You were super plugged in. Did you see the 90s Turtles movie in the theater, or is that something you saw later? I mean, because we were pretty young, so.
I am almost certain that I missed the first one in the theater. For some reason, I think that, well, I think I might, well, I don't know. Like, I don't have any memory of going to see the first one in the theater. I think my older brothers might have gone. But I definitely saw the second one and the third one in the theater. And the second one was like, it's crazy as an adult hearing people talk about the second one because I had no idea that people thought that it wasn't like fucking awesome.
Yeah, me too.
Like,
actually, I found out like over the past couple of days. I'm like, what are you guys talking? I'm like, I know it's not like I know it's not as good as the first one. I know it's not, but it's a pretty fun movie. Like it's a pretty fun kids movie.
And to me, as a kid, I didn't understand the stylistic differences and shit. And
of course, yeah,
right.
You know what I mean? It was just like, oh, like. This makes sense. It's just like the first movie already had like the origin story happened and we're just ramping into the adventure now. You know what I mean? Like as a what was it was 92 or 91 that it came.
No, 91.
Rushed.
I mean,
out.
we're gonna talk. Yeah, we'll talk about it when we get to it. But yeah, they turned that around in under a year.
So I was like 7, 8. I didn't understand the sort of tonal differences between the two movies and. The first movie is really zany. And when people talk about how dark and noir it is, it's like he pops his head down into his shell and then like knocks the guy back and goes, "Boy, I love being a turtle." Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? They shot it dark so that the costumes didn't look weird. You know what I mean? Like,
well, for sure. I mean, we'll talk. We'll get into it.
Yeah, but like to me, there was no. The first and the second movie were just as good to me. They were just, the second one was just funnier. And I was a kid, so I didn't even realize that like Casey was gone or anything because it's fucking like 85 minutes long. It's here and there and gone.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And then by the time you even realize that Casey Jones isn't there, Vanilla Ice is going like this.
Yeah,
and you don't even understand. You guys might.
Who needs Casey Jones?
This is the part that you guys might not understand is how fucking mind-blowing it was to see Vanilla Ice in that movie. Because at the time, when you see Vanilla Ice in the movie now, it's like this embarrassing, like kishy kind of thing. Like the first time I played it in the house, I actually turned that part down because I didn't want Caitlin to hear it because I was so embarrassed. I was like,
I turn it up in my house. I turn it up in my house and I make Foster listen to it and he's like, "Dad, stop."
I was like, this is so much worse than I remember it being. But when you were a kid, well, when I was a kid in 1991, Vanilla Ice was like the fucking tits, and like that. It was as exciting to me knowing that he was going to be in the second movie as it was for me hearing that the first movie was even going to happen. Okay?
Yeah, like I guess like
I was fully
like
plugged into the cultural zeitgeist of 1992.
It's like if for somebody Jeremy's age, if Eminem had been in a Turtles
Exactly.
movie.
Yeah. Like if Eminem was going to play Michelangelo or some shit, you know what I mean? And,
I could see it. I could see. Actually, they should do that. They're going to do another live action one. They should totally get like Post Malone, whoever's like the big white rapper, and have them do a cover of Ninja Rap, and really just take ownership of it. Own it. It's part of the legacy. Okay, it's part of the magic.
By the third movie, when the third movie came out, it was. I always say that the Phantom Menace was the first time that I left the theater and kind of went, oh, okay. But I think it was Turtles 3 because as we talked about, I don't know if we had started the stream yet. I still don't know what the fuck happens in Ninja Turtles 3. It is so liquid. No part of it sticks in your mind except the visuals.
Yes, except for them in the samurai gear.
Which is why the toys are cool. The toys are awesome. I chose to buy the toys just because they're awesome.
And you don't have the ugly, not Jim Henson animatronics that are just like the fucking insane mouths.
Oh my god! And I also bought the VHX 4-pack, so it comes with the alternate heads. But
thank God,
guys, I have to mention this right here. Okay, this is a double. These Ninja Turtles 3. Why don't you make me big, Sean? I gotta sell some shit. Okay, this right back here. This is a double set. Okay, I got the samurais down here, but then I also got the 2-packs up here. 2-packs are on eBay right now as a smash deal. Okay, the NECA King on eBay. I got to get rid of some of this shit pronto. All right, pronto.
My kids are hungry. They're crying. I'm like, just play with the turtles.
You don't like turtle soup, kid?
You don't like turtle soup? Well, let's just get into this movie because we keep talking about the other movies. It was just classic Zoobox form. So let's just talk about the 1990 movie. Coming back to it this time, I was actually really struck. I mean, it's a pretty good movie, I would say overall. Like it's generally it's a pretty decent movie, but it's very like smartly constructed.
Right.
I mean, right from the opening. The opening does a beautiful job of like setting the stakes of the world, introducing you to the kind of the tone of the film, the kind of texture it's going to have, its visual style. Like it's all within the first like 30 seconds. We're introduced to April O'Neil as a reporter. We're watching her report on the Foot Clan, or what we find out is the Foot Clan, right? We see the kids getting recruited and selling whatever candy bars or whatever the fuck they're selling on the corner. TVs. Because, this is a kids movie, so they're not selling smack. They're like, yeah, man, we like sell Twinkies and TVs. And stolen TVs. That's what we're doing. That's part of our master plan. Not even, I will say something, though. I have no fucking idea. What is Shredder's plan? What is he doing?
Well, is
he just building an army?
That's just it, Sean. There is no why to anything in the first movie. And that's why I really snarl at people that are like, oh man, it's like such a serious, dark, noir, adult thing, and then they fucked it up in the second one. No, nothing makes sense in the first movie at all. Everything happens in like 3-minute bits that just roll into each other.
I would say the character arcs make sense though. Like the journey that the characters go on, there is some interesting subtext in the movie because there's all these parallels of fathers and sons, and like Shredder is a father to the Foot Clan. April's boss has a son that's getting involved in the Foot Clan. They don't like do a great job of like developing this stuff, but it is there and it's supposed to be there. Like it's intentional that it's supposed to send a message about like, hey, like take care of your, like be a good parent, be a good father. Otherwise your kids are going to join the Foot Clan. Not everybody gets to be the Ninja Turtles. What? Sorry.
From a narrative perspective, nothing happens because something else happened. Like the Ninja Turtles just sit around waiting for shit to happen to them.
Well, we only know that like they want to get the turtles because the turtles are like beating up their guys in the street, and that's it. That's it.
And then when Splinter gets captured, the turtles literally just sit around until the Foot find them, And then when the Shredder, and this is okay, we'll get into this later in the episode when I do my rewrite of these movies into a much better trilogy. But the only thing that I would change about the first movie is when they see the Shredder for the first time, they're like, who's this guy? They have no connection to this dude whatsoever. This dude has been fucking with them for the entire movie. And the Turtles are so disconnected from their own plot, that they're like, who's this guy?
Well, because they're constantly just dealing with their immediate circumstances, because everything that happens is very, like, they're kind of big moments. There's like 3 big moments for the characters, 3 big, like, little set piece things. And I would agree with you that it doesn't have, like, the strongest through line in terms of plot. It really doesn't. Like, because
but it could all be tied up so simply by doing one thing. Okay. First of all, get rid of second in command guy at the antique store scene. He didn't even give his likeness rights away. Okay. Fuck him. Get rid of him.
I know. That guy would be a sick toy too.
Or have him there as like a second in command, but Shredder is at the antique store scene, maybe even at the very last second. So when Leonardo says who or what is this guy, but I guess they do the same line with Casey Jones in that scene, so you have to pick which character got the who or what is this guy line. But even still, if the Turtles just knew who Shredder was, like 35 minutes earlier in the movie, that showdown at the end is going to have so much more juice. Now, as a 5-year-old, I didn't notice this, but as an adult, I like the wind was kind of taken out of my sails. I'm like, wait, this is the first showdown between Ninja Turtles and the Shredders, and they're like, who or what is this guy? Oh, he's going to be making coleslaw.
He's like, hold on a second, this movie is bullshit. Aeneas Tinker, he has the answer. He says Shredder has a controlling interest in an insulin company. I'm just saying. Trembling also says QVC Dan is my favorite new character.
One quick thing to bring up. One quick thing to bring up though too is I timed it. Shredder doesn't actually make his first actual appearance until like 35 minutes into the movie, which narratively speaking, that's like a huge gamble if you're writing like your main antagonist to show up so late in the game and not really know much about.
Well, it's because he kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, like, listen, I think fucking Shredder in the 90s Turtles is cool as fuck. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
His introduction is fucking awesome. Like it just looks cool. Yeah, it's like foreboding and it's heavy and this is one thing I do want to mention at the top. This is a Golden Harvest movie. Golden Harvest used to make all of like the action karate movies coming out of like China, and then they started doing stuff in America. This feels like a real Golden Harvest movie. Like there's a version of this movie that like Jackie Chan is in. You know what I mean? Like it actually looks like one of those movies because they didn't have a ton of money for their budget. I think there's disputes somewhere between $8 and $12 million. Most of that money went to the Turtles. So their ability to do like lighting, set design was a little bit limited. But they made the best of it though. They really utilized what they had. Necessity truly is the mother of invention. Because I think the movie looks great. Like I love the look of the movie. Like it's so different than anything else I've seen from this era of like something specifically made for like kids. Like I said, it looks like a real movie. It doesn't look like
it is. Like that scene when the Shredder is introduced, that scene is so much heavier than it has any right to be. I mean, for a fucking kids movie based off a comic book about ninja fighting amphibians, like that Shredder introduction scene is like a fucking James Cameron scene. Like,
dude, it's so big. Fucking rad. We're just gonna take a second.
Look at the lighting and the framing of it, and the way that before Shredder even enters the frame, his shadow looms over everything, like the fucking Empire State Building.
Like, look how cool
behind it. Yeah, and it's just like all of this was done on purpose. This is fucking Citizen Kane shit, dude. Like, come on.
Oh, and then that score comes in.
Yes, John Dupree.
Dude, come on. Dude, I'm telling you, our kids get so fucked over. Like, nothing like this would ever be done today.
This is the spoils of 1990.
The spoils, exactly. Because honestly, it's because they didn't know they didn't really understand the demographic. Like they didn't. when they made this movie, they actually kind of weren't trying to make a kids movie specifically. Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird were very concerned with, like, no, we kind of want the movies to be their own thing. We want them to be closer to the comics. That was always kind of a fight that they had with whoever was making the movie. Golden Harvest at this point, because, you know, the studio wants a return on their product. In fact, he was even, I think, kind of fired, Steve Barron, the director, because they saw the footage and they're like, this is way too dark, dude. What are you doing? Because they're, you know, if you're a producer, you're thinking of the cartoon. And then you get the dailies and you see Shredder's introduction. You're like, that's not like the cartoon. It's so good.
Is this one continuous shot?
Yes.
Yep. No dialogue. Explains
with
itself.
the light glinting off the armor, like they had to set that shot up for hours to get that light to glint off of it just right.
Yeah.
No, it looks great. Like I said, they just, necessity being the mother of invention, like they found like a fucking warehouse. They obviously there's limited lights here, right? And they just did it. They just nailed it. Actually, who is the DP on this movie? Because he did a great job. Whoever he is should get a raise.
Judith Ho got DP on this movie.
That might maybe a little bit more than that.
A guy named John Fenner.
Fucking bitch to everybody and kind of blew the whole thing, and it's part of the reason why the second one is so much different.
It was shot by John Fenner, who did Muppet Christmas Carol, Muppet Treasure Island, and The Borrowers.
That makes sense because he's a Jim Henson guy.
Yeah.
Which actually, even thinking about like the cinematography in those movies, it's actually not bad. They're not bad, so it makes sense. But yeah, the movie's just got like such a cool look to it.
Yeah,
I've always really appreciated that, and coming back to it as an adult, I think that's when people are talking about like the darker tone of it. I think that's kind of what people are responding to, is really just the aesthetic, because they did tons of stuff in post to essentially try to like lighten it up, like all the goofy cartoon sound effects, you know, stuff like that. That's what I think. That's what people. Excuse me. That's what people are kind of responding to when they say that. I mean, I agree with you. Like, you're a grown ass person. Like, shut up. Who cares? Like, who cares if the Ninja Turtles are a little silly? Stop. Right. No, dude, I want the dark and serious one. I'm like, have you read those comics? Because like, I understand that they're like more like edgier, but they're not any more like sophisticated. They're pretty dumb.
Yeah, the whole
they're pretty
point
silly.
Is silly. They're parodic. They were making fun of Daredevil and shit.
Yes.
And how stupid it was. And the original drawings of the turtles were like way more turtle-like, with like the nunchucks taped to their paws and stuff. And like the silliness of it is one of the cornerstones. The blending of tones is why it works so well.
Well, it's because they take an absurd premise, which is Ninja Turtles, and they put them in a real world. And the absurdity of the premise does the kind of the heavy lifting, and it doesn't require you to really kind of keep pointing it out. Like, we all get it. Like, it just immediately is something that it just locks in your mind. You're like, okay, I can kind of understand how I'm supposed to feel about this just based on the premise alone. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't think that the tone of the first movie may be slightly darker, but it's like, let's not confuse the lighting of a scene with how silly the actual movie is.
Well, I mean, it does deal with more, I would say, like heavier themes than 2 or 3 does. Like, it does.
You're
I mean,
right.
like, Shredder is like literally
into things.
I mean, and Splinter's like literally crucified at one point, and just like mangy, and like blood is coming out of his nose and snot and whatnot.
Casey Jones crushes Shredder in a trash compactor. You know, from the time I was a kid, dude, that has always made me feel a certain way. It's kind of like watching Misery and watching the hobbling scene. I feel that way about the trash compactor. I'm like, oh, what an awful way to go.
It's led to one of my son's favorite man insults, like when he and I are like jiving on one another. One of his favorite go-tos is, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna put you in the garbage truck." Damn, that means that you're done, son.
Yeah, your son, he really took to Casey Jones.
He loves Casey Jones.
Because Casey Jones is fucking cool. That's,
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
when I was a kid, I loved Casey Jones.
That's the thing that all these fucking producers and parent groups don't understand. Little boys love to be scared and they love to be violent. Okay? And Casey Jones knocks both of those off the list. He is a fucking hockey mask wearing psychopath. He wears this in the park and beats muggers with fucking golf clubs and shit.
Well, he's like a goof on the Punisher, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so yeah, why wouldn't little boys absolutely adore Casey Jones? And that's why they gutted him out of the second movie, because
Too violent.
The problem with this movie is that, like, when somebody's producing a Ninja Turtles property, they need to understand which version of the universe that they're in, right? And the movie is such a delicate thing because, like you said, they're bringing it into the real world. So, like, how do you blend these tones together? And in the comic book, it's like super dark. In the cartoon, it's super light. And in the movie, you have to walk this very, very tight rope. But then you have all these producers and all these, editors, and the director gets fired, and this, that, and the other. There's so many hands in the pot when you're making a fucking movie. But by the end of it, it's like not really at the whim of one person. And then Eastman and Layard always throwing their 2 cents in.
Oh yeah, they were super opinionated because they had, you got to think about it. Like, the Ninja Turtles only existed for 6 years before this movie is made.
That's
they own everything. I mean, they own it all. There's actually a really good documentary I would tell people to check out called Turtle Power from like 2014, which is more about like the origins of the Turtles in the comic books, kind of through the merchandising era, through the cartoons, through the movies. But it really heavily focuses on, like, the first hour is just like how they came up with the Turtles, and then what they had to do with juggling all the licenses. Because this is before studios just went around and scooped up things for franchises, which is inevitably what happens to the Ninja Turtles. Yes. I mean, there's the 2007 animated one, TMNT, that's like it's kind of a sequel to the 90s movies. That was supposed to be a whole new series, and then Paramount bought it and gave it to Michael Bay. So then we got the 2014 and 2016 movies.
Shite.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, how do I put it? Like, it ends up in this circle of like creative telephone where Eastman and Layard, or Liard, however you pronounce it, they're like, we got to have these certain things. Like, we don't like Bebop and Rocksteady from the cartoon. We think that they are just 2 boneheaded, generic mutant sidekicks. So we don't want Bebop and Rocksteady in the sequel. So what do they write for the sequel? 2 generic, boneheaded sidekicks that are even stupider than Bebop and Rocksteady. And it's like, okay, well,
it's because they won and they lost at the same time. They won the fight and lost at the same time.
Even though they're in control of the creative property, the producers and the film studio is ultimately the one that has final say on what goes on the screen. So they're the ones that are going to get what they want. So then you end up with like a ridiculous fucking thing like Toka and Razor, which I think are great. I mean, hey, listen, this guy, he broke right out of the box. I mean, why pay almost $100 for something if it doesn't break right out of the box? But they're I mean, in the canon, I think they actually ended up being really cool. I love them. Like, they're part of the whole canon to me. I never question that they're there, but it's like, you guys have to fucking, like, the kids love Bebop and Rocksteady. Just put fucking Bebop and Rocksteady.
It's because
they don't do that, then the producers are going to put these other fucking things on there anyway.
Because Eastman and Laird did not give a fuck about the cartoon. That was their cash cow. The toys were their cash cow, but they really just cared about the comic book, essentially. And they wanted the movies to be closer to the comic book. That's just like, was their desire. And they kind of get it with the 1990s movie. I mean, this pulls basically the best parts of the first like 5 years of that comic book. I mean, there's just, the scenes in this movie are directly lifted from the early run of the comic book. And it's mostly, most people think it's the best part of the series is actually the first like 5 years. Because they still do it today. It's still going. I had no idea. Kevin Eastman still is working on the comic book. I had no clue. But he's still very attached to it too. But so they kind of get what they wanted with this, but then it ends up being so successful that it ends up being kind of a burden, because once, when they're like, we got to make a sequel fast, and we want it to be marketable. We want to sell it. We want to make toys. And they're like, well, we don't want you to make toys. We want you to make cool.
I'm sorry. I can't believe how quickly they turned over the second movie. I didn't.
Yeah.
It's like 10 months.
With all that animatronics and shit, like, no wonder it doesn't make any sense and there's nothing to it.
Well, it was also the most successful, I think, independent film at the time up until Blair Witch Project took that reign. But
because they're very low budget, like I said, this one's like $12 million. That's why, I mean, they make such beautiful use of practical locations.
Yeah.
Just smart choreography, smart cinematography. Just it looks great for what they had, and it looks authentic. It feels authentically. Especially now being older and coming back to it, being more familiar with like the comic book and the larger, broader franchise, it feels very authentically like a true Ninja Turtles movie. And its look, its style, like kind of what it is about to one degree or another. And because it's before the Ninja Turtles, even in the comic book form, got crazy. Because at some point, even in the comic books, they're traveling through time, they're fighting robotic rhinoceroses, like they're doing all that kind of stuff. They hadn't really gotten there in the comic books when this movie was made. That was more of a cartoon thing. It's just like this weird thing where everything kind of informs the other thing, and it's like trying to track back the origin of like, well, where did this version come from? Like who? Because the comic book gets created, then there's the comic, and then there's the cartoon, then there's the toys, then there's the movie, and they all start contributing to each other. Like at some point, Toka and Razor are in the cartoon. Mm-hmm. Toka and Razor became characters in the comic books and in the cartoon.
Yeah, and there are toys of like the movie version and the cartoon version, and it's like I never thought of it that way. Like
it's like
a property comes out and informs another Ninja Turtle property that doesn't have anything to do with it, but they're not connected, but they're all connected.
Even the cartoon, or not the cartoon, the live action series, The Next Mutation, is kind of pulled from both the comic books and what they wanted to do with Ninja Turtles 4.
Yeah.
Like having a fifth turtle was Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird's idea. But we'll get
to her in a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know if it was Venus de Milo.
Have you ever seen a turtle get down?
That's the theme for the night. Maker, yeah, dude. Come on now.
Bigger eye. Get Perpetual Pleasurist to do the.
Oh my God! Watch out, Venus de Milo. Perpetual Pleasurist being around there. He'd definitely do cum tributes with those toys. I could tell you that right now.
Come on, get out of here! Of course.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to help himself.
But yeah, I guess I can see what you're talking about how much darker and more emotional the first movie is. Like,
and it's a little bit
fire, and Michelangelo's crying. And the scene with Raphael when they're in the dark.
or like, when he's talking to, because, it's kind of dark where it's like right off the bat, Splinter's like, yo, I'm going to die like any day now. Like, you guys got to learn how to take care of yourselves. Or maybe he was just planning on a retirement. He was going to go live in a sewer in Florida or something.
Right.
But like, because he's just so adamant. He's like, guys, I'm not going to be here anymore. Like 3 times he does it in the first half hour of the movie. Then he gets kidnapped.
And then like there are little things that I didn't really notice as a kid or read into, like when they're waiting for the pizza and Donatello's like, do you ever think about it, what it's going to be like when Splinter's not around anymore? And Michelangelo just fucking blows him off. He's like, pizza dude's got 30 seconds. Like Michelangelo just does not even want to think about it.
I think I heard a little factoid about why that is actually. Because all the stuff that happens at the farmhouse with Raph being upset is actually Michelangelo, and if you look closely, you can actually see his nunchucks.
You're taking the trivia right out of the neck of King's mouth, brother. And there's an extended scene where you get like a half a second of it of Michelangelo hitting the heavy bag, but there's like an extended scene of him going fucking ham on it.
Yeah.
And I think that, I don't know why that they would. I mean, that's like an extra 45 seconds of film that like.
Well, because then you have to build that subplot in with that character, and Raph is already angry. He's already the angry one, so it's like might as well just give it to him. Like keep it going with him. It's just easier to do, honestly.
Yeah.
That was something that was both interesting and a little distracting on the rewatch. Again, was I'd forgotten how they decide to personalize the turtles here as opposed to like other iterations that we know them for in the past. At points, it's like, especially Donatello's my secret favorite of the group. Though
Agreed.
Watching this movie, I was rooting for Raph the most.
Well, because he's the only one that has like a very distinct arc.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's honestly kind of the main character out of the turtles.
And he's the most proactive turtle. He's always the one going like, look, we need to go after the foot. And Leonardo and Splinter are always cock blocking him.
I mean, Leonardo is such a pussy. When they get to April O'Neil's apartment after Splinter's been taken, he's all like, Splinter? I mean, come on.
Well, one thing that I did notice in my rewatches in the last couple days was like, every time Leonardo has something to say, he gets this real tone. And
Raph.
He kind of sounds like he's asking for a refund at the Walmart. And like, but it kind of, on one hand, it's goofy, and on the other hand, it's like, as the leader, he is so fucking out of his depth, and he makes so many bad decisions during the course of this first movie.
Well, he's just young, you know.
Yeah, he's 15. I get it. When I was 15, I was doing a lot less than fighting crime. That's all I'm going to say. But
whereas Raphael was coming out of the theater watching Critters, being like, "How would they make this stuff?" You know, he's been around. He's been on the streets.
Yeah, that's right. He's been on the streets. He's been experiencing life. Okay.
Exactly.
He's fighting bums. Actually, the Casey Jones introduction, because the movie actually is full of great introductions, including the turtles themselves. Like, it's a great introduction to the turtles. Like I said before, I think the way the movie opens is kind of perfect. Like, the first 2 minutes are perfect. Like, it's just completely establishes everything, and we're off to the races, and we're ready to go.
Yep.
But the turtles in the tunnel, man, with the shadows and the freeze frame, which is obviously something they continue to do throughout the series, but it's super fun. I'm ready to have a good time.
Yeah, and you get a taste for all their personalities in like 15 seconds.
Yes, exactly. They're all immediately identifiable and recognizable. I don't know if that's because of the cartoon, so it was just easier to accept. Like, you just kind of already knew what was the deal was, or if it's because of in particular, what they did in the movie. But yeah, I mean,
well, I think that I'm in agreement with Jeremy. Donatello as an adult is my secret favorite turtle. In fact, that's the one that led to my NECA bug. Was like, I just want a Donatello. You know what I mean? I just want a Donatello. But in that first scene, he's the one that really shows his personality, because he says the stupid word that's out of place with all the other words, which is the trope that like keeps getting repeated. Mm-hmm. And now that we have the rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, we know canonically that Donatello is autistic. Okay. I don't know if you guys knew this.
Yes,
that is actually in the canon of Ninja Turtles. But now that I look back on even the live action movies, I'm like, holy shit, Donatello is autistic.
He's on the spectrum, dude. He's just like me.
Eclectic. Like, are you serious?
I feel like with the turtles, they've kind of ruined the turtles by trying to make them like too relatable. Right. I watched the new one, Mutant Mayhem. My kid was so bored. Like, he did not care about that movie at all. Like, could not get into it. And I was like, oh, their big journey is that they want to be treated as normal so they can go to high school. Cool.
That's been.
I want them to be fucking heroes. I want them to be Ninja Turtles. I don't want them to be high school kids. I don't care if it makes children more relate to the turtles. They don't need to relate to other high school kids. They need aspirational figures. Anyways.
Well, I mean, April O'Neil is a fat black girl who vomits all over herself.
Yes.
What the fuck is that?
The times are changing, pal. Okay.
Now listen, Baxter Stockman was the original race swap. They made
Actually, they made him white.
They made him black like 20 years ago, which is fine by me. I'm all for
no, he was started
I'm all for a chocolate Harvey Dent. You know what I'm saying?
I think he actually started as black.
No, I think in the comics he's a black.
Yeah, he's black. He's a black guy.
I think they race swapped him for the
cartoon.
Cartoon and made him a white guy in the cartoon. But I had a similar experience because we went to see it at the drive-in, So it was like an experience of a night. Like you can go see dog shit at the drive-in. And
of course. And it's a good time. Yeah.
But when we went to watch it on, when it came out on streaming, we watched it once and it was like never to never be returned to again.
I mean, like, it looks so cool. How is it boring?
Because it's written by current Hollywood. They don't know how to fucking write.
Seth Rogen needs like, he's the one bastardizing all these products.
Actually, it is. Well, it's like Seth Rogen made a kids movie for his 35-year-old friends. Like, that's what it is. I mean, when you have a Four Non-Blonde song as like a running joke, like, I'm like, who is this for? Like, Jesus Christ. And like, I don't know. I just, in terms of children's films, I didn't think it was like awful. I just kind of feel like indifferent about it. I'm like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, it was a waste of the cool animation. And I hated that animation at first. And then it grew on me as I watched the previews. And then I went to see it and I was like, well, this doesn't even live up to its own kooky little.
They made them too much like kids, like kids. I guess in a weird way.
They made them like preteens.
Yes, it was weird. I was like, oh, here's another. It's like that story has been told in like every kids movie for the past 15 years. I just want to be accepted. I don't want to be weird anymore. I don't want people to accept me for my unique individual blah, blah, blah. And that's what all kids movies are about now.
Well, they tried to pull that shit in the Michael Bay movies too. And like, there's always a hint of that in the Turtles where they're like outcasts and they, you know, they want to become accepted by everybody, but it's
not always so literal.
It was so on the nose. Like you said, like they finished the movie fucking going to high school. Like, come on,
dude, I was like,
Ninja Turtles. Do you really want to do homework? What is your problem? Hang out with the kids after school. Hang out with them after school.
Well, exactly. They're already geniuses. Like Splinter does all this stuff. Like,
yes. When I graduated Keene High School, all my friends went to Keene State College. But I didn't go to college because I went into a trade. I just went and partied with them. So I went and did the important part of college.
So, yeah, you did
any of the homework.
You lived a preferential Ninja Turtle lifestyle. Okay.
Yeah, be the ninja, make the friends, don't go to school.
Yeah, that's what I say. Sorry, Jeremy, you're trying to get in. What do you got to say?
Oh, I can't even remember. I lost my train of thought. I think at that one moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. Tremling says, with the comics, Eastman was the guy who wrote the gritty ninja shit, and Laird was the one who wrote all the goofy sci-fi stuff. That would check out because Kevin Eastman looks like a cool guy, and Peter Laird looks like a Weasley nerd, like a soft nerd guy. Tremling says, it's funny to me that Raphael is the only East Coast turtle where the other three are Cali bros. You know, it's true. Yeah. I mean, Cowabunga? What the fuck's going on? Hold on. None of this makes sense.
Hey, I'm going to do that thing that nerds do where they read too deeply into stuff that the original writers never intended. That's because those three brothers kind of hid in the shadows and learned all of their stuff from pop culture and television, whereas Raph, always going out on his own, he went out into the city and he met New Yorkers and he got that New York kind of thing. It's like, you know, it's like when somebody writes like how much of the lug nuts on an X-wing weigh.
I'd be like, this is the little guys. I mean, are you sure you've got the math right on this? What's going on?
Shaun, I was going to mention that part of it though too is that generational gap. I haven't seen the new animated Turtles movie, but from what I gather, it speaks to that crowd, I guess. That, I don't know. Well, even though maybe it's like a bit of both of like that 45-year-old baby side, and then also the youth, I guess. But it's it's no different than people that want to cut your kid's dick off. Okay, it's the same mentality. They're like, well, we're adults. Like, this is what we think is interesting, and this is what kids should be into. Without having any connection. I mean, Seth Rogen literally says he hates kids and never wants to have any. And you're like, oh, and you're the guy put in charge of the fucking kids franchise? That's great.
I'm almost certain that Seth Rogen eats children.
I would say so, too. Him, Steven Spielberg. Ask Crispin. Well, definitely Sarah Silverman. Ask Crispin Glover. He knows all about it.
Yeah, he wrote a really good letter about it.
Tremling says Raphael had a whole Bronx Tale side story you never saw. That's true. That's true. And nothing illustrates that better than the introduction to the one and only Casey Jones, Elias Koteas, back when he was first starting. I've always really liked Elias Koteas. Actually, I think he's a good actor. I've always I always like look when I see him in something. I'm like, oh, cool, Elias Koteas. He's a good character actor, and he's been bald since he was like 25. For some reason, it just makes me laugh because he's always wearing bad wigs, like in his early career, before he just accepted that he was bald. And same goes with Casey Jones. He's got that wonderful mop on his head. Let's take a look.
Got it. Somebody stop that!
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Better get out of there, guys.
You might
Raph's
poke
not
really
having
hard with that dull sigh.
What the hell was that?
You know, actually, one of the reasons why this was censored in the UK, because they're crazy censorious with movies from like the 80s into the 90s, was because it was like illegal to show nunchucks or size. I'm not even shitting you. That's why actually one of the big reasons why Turtles 2 is the way that it is because of the UK market, which they ended up censoring it anyways. Even with Michelangelo spinning around sausages like nunchucks, that was too much for them. But that was to appease them. I mean, even the word ninja is censored in the UK. They're called the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles over there.
It's because ninja implies assassin, Shaun.
Assassins.
It implies a murder.
Call the police.
We cannot insinuate murder to children. We can just have them be raped by Pakistanis. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Mark Kermode was just like, we cannot be censoring this film.
Yeah, Mark Kermode has been out there beating the Turtles drum. Finally, in 2002, when the DVD came out.
Yeah.
You know, we got the uncensored version in the UK. I mean, come on.
That was a crime.
Yeah.
Purse scrubbing pukes. And this is the penalty.
I love how
2 minutes for slashing.
almost every line of dialogue that Casey Jones has for the first third of this scene is just sports puns.
Yeah.
Up until when he's talking to Raphael.
It's awesome.
2 minutes for hooking. And let's not forget my personal favorite. 2 minutes for high stick.
How about a 5-minute game misconduct for roughing, pal?
Hey, Bogey, now who died and made you referee? You did your job, now get...
You know, I got to say, though, I think I would notice. I think I would notice that that's not a regular guy.
What are you talking about?
Just
It's just
saying.
a punker and some green makeup.
Yeah, oh, that's right, yeah. These are the punkers, dude. They're crazy.
Get out of here and let me do mine. These JV lowlifes need to be
It's like
taught
you
a
need
lesson.
subtitles
Not
like
like
in
that,
English
they
to
don't.
like, what are they actually talking about?
Not from you.
Well, it looks like you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson, pal. Class is paying 101. Your instructor's Casey Jones.
Look.
Dude, Elias Koteas is so cool. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Because he's got like this air of like he's a little scummy, like a little untrustworthy. There's something shady about him. And I enjoy that about his character. Trembling says Casey Jones must have been hanging out in that tree for hours. Listen, when you're out there fighting crime on the streets, you always got to be ready. Always got to be prepared.
I love how, like, you got to think about this from a human perspective, right? Let's say this is a Thursday night, okay? Casey Jones is out in a park in a tree, like, waiting for purse snatchers, okay? And he assaults a couple of guys with sports equipment, and his plan is to, like, beat them fucking bloody.
Yeah, what is he going to do?
But instead, check this out. Instead, another dude shows up who hasn't committed a crime, okay? And when the other two dudes run away, Casey Jones decides, well, my dick's hard, so somebody's getting fucked.
Yeah, he's ready to fight. Exactly.
Like, I'm ready to fight now. And I know that you personally haven't snatched any purses. In fact, I think I saw you just throw that purse back to that lady. But now I'm going to beat you bloody with a couple of fucking cricket bats. And, like, just, like, I didn't realize when I was young how much of a fucking psychopath Casey Jones is, dude.
Yeah, and there's no other read on him either. Because even in this movie, like especially in this movie, like he goes completely unexplained, right? There's no interrogation or character development really for Casey Jones at all. We don't know, like, why is he doing this?
Yeah, they're just like, oh, you're fighting crime too. Let's join up.
Yeah, let's join up. I guess that's kind of what happens. Like, how the fuck does actually? You know, maybe I'm having like a brain fart. How the hell does he even get with them to go to the farmhouse?
So okay, so Casey meets Raph in the park, right?
Yeah.
Then at a later date, when they are at the antique shop, Casey is he happens to be on a rooftop trying to tune in a radio while he's eating.
Yes.
His lunch.
Yep. And he sees what
Raph
happens.
getting his ass kicked on the opposite building.
Yeah.
So that's why he ends up in the antique shop at the moment they're escaping. So he's with the crew as they're escaping.
Just more good writing, you know.
Yeah.
How's Casey gonna see it? I don't know. He's on a fucking rooftop somewhere. He sees it. That's how.
Yeah.
He gets around.
Yeah. He's always hanging up in high places, like Trembling says. He's up in that tree. You know, now he's up on a roof listening to the police blotter.
You know how hard it is to tune in Casey's favorite station. He doesn't listen to that crap these punkers listen to.
No, of course not.
All right, he wants to listen to that good stuff, and you got to tune it. You got to get up on the rooftop to tune it in. Then you see that guy in the green mask from the other night. I got to go help this guy, even though I was gonna fucking basically murder him.
Trembling says in the comics, the farmhouse belongs to Casey Jones's family instead of April, so it gives him a tiny bit of a back history.
I don't want to fight you.
Well, tough rocks, pal.
I also like, and this is another thing about Casey's character, like he doesn't want to fight him, and he's like, I don't care. Like you said, like, no, we're fucking tonight. Like, this is happening.
Yeah, there's no consent here.
Like, it's that's pretty edgy for a character, actually. Like, especially in a movie that is ostensibly, I guess, a kid's movie.
I can see what the parents groups were talking about, but you know, those Karens want to raise pussies. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they do.
This line right here, he's going to say it as soon as you hit play. This is a line that was funny to me as a kid because I was into baseball, but now that I'm an adult and I understand how much people fucking hate Jose Canseco, this line is like, it's one of those lines that just smacks so much harder when you're an adult. It's perfect.
A Jose Canseco bat? Tell me, you didn't pay money for this.
Ooh, that's
I like it. I love it. It's like, it's just dude banter.
Yeah.
Tell
and
me,
the
you did not
other
pay for
thing
this,
is that,
man.
like, it becomes evident in this fight that neither one of them is really trying to kill the other one. They're just kind of fighting each other. They're just like
It's for
rolling
honor.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Shaun used to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What are you, some sort of punker?
Huh?
God, I hate punkers. Especially bald ones with green makeup.
I do like, though, like, the music here completely shifts the tone of the scene.
Yes.
We're watching something kind of brutal and violent, and now it's playful.
I'd forgotten
Just by
it
that
was
music
there.
cue. Because, like, listen, if you change that music to be more serious, this is a much more serious moment.
Yeah.
You don't have to sell this as comedy. What would you do, Jeremy? What would you do? Do you have some kind of... Would you do it?
I was gonna say I'd forgotten that little beat was even in there on this rewatch because I just remember it as just you're just hearing the off-screen sound of the crickets chirping and everything, and it's just awkwardly quiet.
With that the music comes in?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know if that was if it's intentional that they did that or if they filmed it with a desire to be a little bit more serious. I don't know. It's a hard thing to say because there's actually not a lot of information available about the post-production decisions of this movie.
Well, I listened to every interview that I could find with John Dupree, who does not listen. I was so disappointed to find out that he wasn't like a Portuguese man that speaks exactly like the director of Tombstone.
George P. Cosmatos.
I thought he was going to be a man named John Dupree. And John Duprez. And I make all these little movies and I make all these themes and things. But
Why do you talk to me about these fucking Turtles movies? These fucking Turtles movies, always with you. I've done so many things.
He's an Englishman named John Dupree. And he talked about how he had to like add in these more colorful themes because he did. He said it was like, you know, it was a bit, they were telling me it was a bit too dark and I had to like kind of
lighten it up, put
the paintbrush on it a little bit. And it was brilliant because like 2/3 of the score is really, well, no, like 1/3 of the score is like upbeat, boppy, like turtle theme music. And then 1/3 of the score is pensive, dark,
Actually, honestly, it's kind of like Hans Zimmer's score for like the Dune movies.
I was gonna say, and it gets this. That was exactly my feeling. As it gets to the third movie, and we'll talk about the score hopefully a little before I turn into a pumpkin. The first movie has all of the themes and overtures that you know and love. The second movie has them too, but it has a couple of extra ones, like the theme at the beginning.
Yeah, and there's also like the breaking into the lab, the TGRI lab. There's
all that
new
but,
piece.
Okay, I listened to the entire score of the third movie, and they hardly ever touch any of those. The only overture that they touch from the first two movies is the dun, 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 and then the rest of it is, like you said, like Hans Zimmer shit, or it goes from Hans Zimmer shit to like the background music at a Chinese buffet / massage parlor.
Well, that's what I was just like, I felt like I was at a Chinese buffet, like listening to the score for 3, because it's so like passive.
Yes, passive.
Yeah, it's like really weird.
And the scores for the first two movies, especially for this first one, are so integrated into the scene. And like the score to the third movie, yeah, it could be like a video game soundtrack. It's like,
and it's just like
because they don't know how long you're going to be in.
It's like stock music in a way. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, like the score for the '90s Turtles is so good. It's like iconic. If it was in a different movie, it would still be good. Like it would still be like some great pieces of music, some great stings, especially that. Oh my God! Like the Shredder intro, dude. That shit gives me chills when that music starts to kind of build a little bit, and you got the orchestra, and because it starts with those that kind of the drums, like these like light little drum beats. Do 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 do, and then it's long silence. Do 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 do, long silence. The orchestra comes in, and then there's like this little hint of electric guitar, and it just like rules. It's just awesome. I don't know how else to describe it other than it fucking goes hard. Okay.
Yeah,
guys?
and then the Turtles theme is like fucking Club Med, steel drum,
and it's awesome, and it's got its own vibe.
Yeah.
Masks over ugly faces.
No better!
Strike one!
Whoa, whiffer!
Home run! Raphael wins! 1-0!
Now, fun little fact: the guy that actually ends up being the body double, the stunt double for Raph, changed because of this scene. Because the guy who's in the suit right now is about to break his nose. Because another thing with the Chinese people from Golden Harvest, they didn't exactly have things called standards or regulations. They're like, what is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
This is the incident that Judith Hoag pissed her fucking panties about, which I found out because of these figurines. They're actually white panties. So she pissed her white panties about this particular moment because she was like, they just put him on a plane back to Hong Kong and like he didn't even get medical attention. It's like, yeah, honey, it's called Asian cinema. Grow the fuck up.
Well, the guy who ends up replacing Raph, who I watched, he was part of did not a retrospective, but a reunion thing during COVID with Judith Hoag. He got an offer. He got a contract offer from Golden Harvest to go over to China and do action movies because they're always looking for like white guys that know what they're doing to go be like bad guys and henchmen and stuff. And somebody talked him out of it. He's like, if you go over there, what they're going to do is they're going to run you into the ground. You're going to get seriously hurt, and then they're never going to speak to you again.
Yeah, it's like Judith Hoag is so concerned that the guy broke his nose and they shipped him back to Hong Kong. It's like, honey, you don't even know about what they did when he got there. That guy got fucking 2 taps to the back of the head and got shoved into a bear bile pit.
Yeah, it's like you brought dishonor, shame.
Yeah. Like
shame to the Golden Harvest house.
This is supposed to be a professional movie studio, and you got your nose broke, and now we are going to fix you.
Now we're going under. We're going under because of you, Chen.
And fucking Judith Hoag's just like, oh God, he got a bloody nose, and they didn't give him any gloves, and I'm not going to do the second movie.
She complained so much that they never even offered her to return for the second one. She was it was never even considered.
You know what? I've had a lot of relationships like that. I didn't offer to bring her back for the second year.
Well, I'll tell you what, Judith Hoag though, all woman, All woman, that
Oh
chick.
God, such a fucking smoke show, dude.
I used to be a Turco. What's her name? Tarico.
I think it's Turco, Paige Turco.
Yeah, Paige Turco. I used to be a Paige Turco guy, and then over the past couple of years, like now that I'm a man, I want Judith Hogue.
See, because Paige Turco, she's got like that centerfold look. She's got an angelic face.
Yeah, Paige Turco's like cute. She's like
Judith
a cute.
Hogue.
It's like a woman.
I know you guys are like kind of Turtles fans, but I'm actually the only person that's within 5 feet of Judith Hogue's signature. So, you know, what can I say? But she has this look that's like she's just a small town girl, but she'll fucking blow you, dude. She'll just go to town.
No, yeah, Judith Hogue is like a woman, and like you're gonna have a really great time. You're gonna have interesting conversations, but she's also gonna be a nightmare at some point, and you're gonna have to get out of it.
If you guys, if you guys would fucking just take the time to watch my unboxing videos, I talk about it. And, I forget which one.
It must be the new one. Yeah.
No, it might be the new one, but I think it was the Casey Jones April Farmhouse, because I just got into an argument with Caitlin. So I was like talking about how I love scolds, and if I hadn't fallen in love with April O'Neil when I was a young man, that I would actually had formed relationships with nice women. I love it.
She prepared you. She prepared you.
Like I have always had a thing for like cold ball busting women, and watching Judith Hogue in 1990s Ninja Turtles, I'm like, oh, now I see it. Like at the end, Casey has to be like, hey, I look like I just insulted Mike Tyson over here, and you're just going to say hello to me? And she's like, why don't you come over here and kiss me before I have to go?
I was going to say Judith Hogue is the type of person that would date a Casey Jones.
Yes.
Even though, but she would be slumming it, and that would be part of her fetish. That's part of her kink, is that she's slumming it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've met many girls like that. I may have even dated one, or maybe not dated, but definitely, or was in some sort of relationship with.
She's definitely the kind of lady that gives you way too many instructions in bed. You know what I mean? Just like, honey, I'm not putting together a piece of fucking IKEA furniture over here. Like, can we just get this over with and order some food? I mean, come on.
Come on, we got to watch the Turtles. What's that, Jeremy? Jeremy, what do you got?
I was gonna mention, she's the kind that that scolds you and then like turns around and smiles, or just like sneaks in a little grin there. Like,
she knows exactly what she's doing. She likes driving you crazy, Jeremy.
Yeah,
that's what she likes.
Well, that's why the NECA ones come with two different heads. They come with the scold face and then the slight smile. So you're like, oh, okay, I actually do like you.
Her two emotions.
Well, go get him, Roundhead. Cricket.
Cricket? Nobody understands cricket. You gotta know what a crumpet is to understand cricket.
Classic line. That line has never lost its juice.
It's good. It's a good one.
Hey, 6 months.
And even as a kid, I always kind of liked that Casey Jones kind of like one-ups him in the fight at the end and just like books it.
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting kind of like little touch there that like Casey Jones actually very easily bests Raph.
Yeah.
It kind of shows you, it reinforces this idea that they're immature. It reinforces the idea of Splinter's concern about like, what are they going to do if I'm not here? Like, this is all to kind of subconsciously plant those seeds of like, oh, they really are like not ready to be out in the world and to do things on their own yet.
But also in the antique store scene, Casey holds his own against like 10 foot soldiers. He's like, no, you guys go, I'll hold them off. And then starts like whacking them with a fucking hockey stick. And what the thing that I noticed in watching it more analytically was like, Casey Jones is a fucking badass, because like Raph is the best, well, maybe not the best, but he's the most aggressive fighter of all the turtles. And like you said, like Casey just kind of bests him and like, all right, I'm going to go fucking get drunk later.
Oh, it's because Raph is so impulsive. He just goes for him.
But then like, because I always thought, how could this random vigilante who just like swings around hockey equipment roll with these ninjutsu trained master ninjas?
And now you know.
Now I know. Well, I mean, in that universe, Casey Jones is a goddamn beast.
Yeah.
He just like, oh, I have literally a room full of foot soldiers, and the room is on fire. You guys get out of here.
You guys.
Well, that is actually.
I'll catch up.
That's actually directly, I believe that is directly lifted from the comic book. Pretty much the entire middle section is like lifted from the comic book. Even the inciting incident here with the Foot Clan showing up on the roof. Listen, things are not going well for the Turtles. They're being spied on. They're not very, they're not really on top of it. Okay, these are Ninja Turtles that allowed themselves to be followed. Oh no, they didn't. Never mind.
No, they did.
No, they didn't, because it's the kid. They don't do enough with it, but the kid who's the son of April's boss tells Shredder. It's supposed to be a moment that's like, oh, like Shredder's like his dad.
Well, they play up that whole Shredder being the dad thing a lot, especially in the speech. And then
yes,
when the Shredder is giving the speech, those words could be said to the Turtles themselves. Like, you're outcasts. You need a family.
Well, it's showing you like that having a paternal figure or a parental figure, like what kind of effect it has on your life.
Right, because like the Turtles have their parental figure, and all these outcast kids, they have the Shredder because they don't have anybody else to look to.
Yeah,
then,
I mean,
but Danny, damn it. That guy always twisted my nipple. I've always hated that guy.
Yeah.
With the dad, the stuck up dad. I was, the thing I remarked on the most that I noticed as an adult, I'm like, man, he's very familiar with April O'Neil and her apartment. I'm like, what is going on?
How often does your boss come over?
Like, I feel like we're crossing some lines here.
When I rewatched it as an adult, I was like, are they dating? Like, oh wait, no, it's just her boss, like in her kitchen,
in her bathroom.
Right.
Just following. Yeah. She's like, hey, can you hand me a towel? I'm like, Jesus, what is going on? I mean, I guess people were a little less concerned, 1990s New York. Yeah, I guess. Tremblay says, well, it's like real life. The guy that's in fights often will always be the guy who's just trains in fighting. That's true. That's true. Casey Jones has a lot more experience actually fighting people. I mean, the Turtles are kind of just training, dicking around, eating pizza, like riding skateboards in the sewer, occasionally stopping a purse snatcher. They're not ready for the Clan. They're not ready for the Foot Clan. Excuse me. So that's what I want to see. I want to see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles versus the Clan.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the farmhouse. Back to the farmhouse, everybody. Let's get this. Let's do it. Let's have them actually, you know what? I want to see an Elseworlds tale where the Turtles are the reason why they're at Selma, and they're the reason why they can successfully cross the bridge as they fight all the dogs and stuff.
Yeah, no, like it's like Turtles in Time, but they only go back to like white guilt moments in history. They go back to slavery, they go back to the Holocaust, you know what I mean? And they have to right all these wrongs.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like, just think about it. Like, if Quentin Tarantino directed a Ninja Turtles movie that took place during the Holocaust, they could beat Hitler up.
Yeah, they could have a scene at the end where they gratuitously shoot Hitler with a machine gun to the point where I kind of feel bad for Hitler. Like, I'm not sure how Quentin Tarantino did that, but he kind of made me feel like bad for Hitler.
You're making me root for Hitler over here, guy. What are you doing?
Jesus, like, stop shooting that guy. He's fucking dead. But anyway,
yeah.
There's an alternate Turtles in Time movie that didn't suck. We'll get to it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a moment where they just kick the door down, like, oh, were you expecting the Addams Family? And just
yeah. Yes, and then they fight Hitler. Hitler's like, I don't understand the reference. Let me see here. Trembling says, Casey Jones tells the Turtles he can't help them this time and shows them the Iron Cross tattooed on his back. Oh my God. Trembling.
Well, Donatello starts going through all the records at Auschwitz, and he starts doing the math. And he's like, guys, I've been doing this math over here. I can't really calculate how many cookies. Okay, we'll stop. I don't know if this is going on YouTube or not. We'll stop.
Oh, it is on YouTube. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'll stop now.
Let me see here. So what do you guys think about like any of the choreography and stuff? Do you think like the fights actually kind of hold up as good fights, or are they good fights for a Ninja Turtle movie with guys dressed in these costumes and stuff? I actually watched a bunch of like the stuntmen talking about their time working on the Turtles, which I thought was actually pretty fascinating because it really was like a ragtag team of people just kind of pulling shit together. It's kind of it honestly seemed like it had the vibe of like a bunch of friends making a movie. Like that's in the way that they talk about it. Did you guys think that the fights like held up, or do you think that they're only good for what it is, like what they are?
I think for what you get from, I guess just the quicker bits of combat where it's not as stagey, I think it still holds up pretty well, even despite them being in suits or not. Yeah, no, I think it's fun. I think it's stylized. It's like the cutaway. It's the little cutaway shots where, you know, I don't know, like Splinter, like twirling the nunchuck, and you know,
yeah, we can't get
the
this.
Edge, and
this puppet can only do so much, guys. All right, like let's get some inserts. I mean, even when they have the scene of like Splinter just standing there at the edge of the building, it looks a little goofy. Like,
yeah.
Well, John Dupree was talking about one of his difficulties in scoring was coming up with music for the flashback scene. And he was like, they wanted me to, he was like, that was a scene where they really wanted me to score it like kind of dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you have a fucking like rat puppet flying at the screen. It looks like a 1950s horror movie. Like it
actually,
looks incredibly goofy. It's like, if I try to play that for something deep and serious, it's going to get a laugh in a bad way. Let's get a laugh in a good way. And yeah, like he had to patch up shitty parts in the effects with the score, you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually the flashback scene is a good. They changed the origin of Splinter. Splinter's actually was in the comic books and in the cartoon, I believe. He's a man that gets transformed into a rat. He is not a pet rat that is watching somebody learn karate and then doing it themselves. That is not the actual origin of Splinter, because the in terms of this movie, they're saying that while he was this guy's pet rat, he would watch him train, and he learned all the moves, and then once he got some of that goo, some of that ooze, he retained all the knowledge, which I thought was it is a little goofy.
I've never understood that.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Oh no, I was gonna say I never really understood that one change in particular, because it just makes it much more convoluted and confusing, if anything, like or at least more far-fetched than what was already in the book. Like, just why other than like, oh, he tried to attack me, do I have any connection to this guy?
It could just be like a logistical thing, like, well, how the fuck do we film a guy turning into a rat? Like, we don't have money for that. Like, you know, I mean, it could be something just that like basic, you know.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if you found anything that actually regards why they made that ridiculous decision.
No, nobody explained it. I mean, I heard it remarked on like 4 times by 4 different people, and nobody ever actually explains why that decision was made. At least not that I heard.
Because, like, one of the things that a piece of media has to do is pass the 4-year-old logic test. So if my 4-year-old is like, Dad, why is X happening? Like, we were watching it today, and he was asking me, like, wait, Splinter... I thought Splinter was a man that turned into a rat. And I'm like, yeah, in 98% of the different canons that we watch, that is what happened. But for some reason, they chose to make Splinter X. And that's one of the things that he's learning now is like bad decisions made about movies.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm like, because when we were watching the Wolverine movie, he kept asking me why. Why does this... Papa, why are they doing this? And I'm like, buddy,
nobody knows.
If you only knew how many people on the internet were like arguing with each other to try to figure out the answer to the question that you're asking, because the writers to the movie didn't have any answer. This is a vignette. This is a pastiche of like a comic book film, and it's a bad one.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So, but yeah.
Okay, Trembling might have the answer. He says, first he says, knowing how dehydrated the dudes in the suits are makes me appreciate them a lot more. Yes, they went through hell to film that movie and do all the stunts, both the actors and the stuntmen, actually. That was, it was quite the undertaking for them. And he adds, not to be a actually guy, but the story of Splinter here is the one from the comics. The man into the rat thing was from the cartoon at the time. Okay, well, I stand corrected. I thought, I must have got my wires crossed, but I just thought that I had... I thought somebody had said that was they changed it for the movie, but hey, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. I mean, I guess it makes sense in relative to the comic book. I could see them doing that, and like actually working a lot better. You can get away with a lot in comic books that you can't in other mediums. Like something like that, goofy, you just kind of accept in a comic book, whereas in a movie and or a cartoon, it just is a little bit more harder to swallow. He says his master and his wife are killed by Splinter in the comic, but then Splinter is killed at the end of the first issue. Well, they killed everybody at the end of the first issue of. Well, not everybody, but Splinter's dead because it was supposed to be a joke. They never intended it to continue. But it ended up being, obviously it did. But but I think the fights are generally pretty good. I think the best one is the antique store fight. I think that's probably the one that is the most dynamic out of all of them. And like you said, Jeremy, it's just, or in Trembling as well. Just it's hard not to just kind of appreciate it for what it is, I guess. I mean, it does make me laugh a little bit just because I've watched so many like Hong Kong karate movies that you can tell that they can't see what they're doing. And they has that thing where one person attacks them at a time, which is the hallmark of, like something being choreographed that way because they had no situational awareness. They couldn't really see much in those masks and still had to hit their marks, which, credit to them. Because this was like, they turned this around really quick too. I think they did this in like 10 weeks. They shot this movie. And for a movie that's like every scene is some sort of effect shot, relative to just the costumes. It's kind of impressive. They were able to really get it done. Oh, Trembling says Shredder, I meant. That's right. Shredder dies at the end of the first one. It's because they didn't think that they were going to continue making Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle things. They thought it was a big joke.
I'll ask both of you, actually. I know this is Shaun's shtick with every show, but do either of you have any secret MVPs, like a favorite actor or character?
Secret MVP, Sam Rockwell.
That's usually the one people go for, yeah.
Sam Rockwell giving that kid cigarettes. That kid rules. Because I was a bad kid, and I smoked as a young person. Not quite as young as when I first saw the Ninja Turtles, but my dad smoked. And for some reason, the fact that they had cigarettes, I thought was very cool. I just distinctly remembering that. So what I'm trying to say is that Ninja Turtles turned me into a smoker for a little while. And I'm probably going to have to sue them now. What about you, Dan? Do you have a secret MVP for the movie? I'll have to think about it for a second. I might circle back because I don't know if Sam Rockwell is really my secret MVP.
I think my secret MVP of the movie is Corey Feldman, bro. To the point where, and I've said this before, and I will stand by it, and I probably could have afforded it if I didn't buy all this shit. But my goal, my dream, is to one day get Corey Feldman to record several cameos. And what he won't realize is that those cameos are just going to be like Donatello dialogue from.
Oh, I bet you would. I bet you would.
No, I know he'll know because you know what? I bet he's got his own secret version where he's overdubbed it. And so I'm going to create a home edit of Secret of the Ooze with Corey Feldman as Donatello.
Yeah, it only cost me about $12,000 in cameos, but I think it's money well spent.
Money well spent. But I would say that, my secret MVP is I'm feeling a real affinity for Donatello as a grown man for some reason. I really like. There's never any moment that makes you feel like Donatello is less of a threat than his brothers, even though he's the goofy one. Like if you'll notice when they go out to fight the Foot at the end, well, there are several times in this movie where Donatello's the one out front doing the first, like after the nunchuck battle, jumps over Michelangelo. He's the one who throws the first blow in the antique store fight. He knocks two boom, boom, boom foot soldiers right with his bow staff. He starts the fight. And at the end, he's the berserker that they send out into the subway tunnel on his skateboard. Like
the berserker.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Because they need to make their way through the sewer tunnels to where Shredder is, and they send out Donatello first on his skateboard, and he's like, bop, 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 bop. He's like knocking motherfuckers over, and then Raphael's like going, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so watching it as an adult, like Donatello is such an underappreciated turtle.
He is kind of the bastard of the Turtles. You don't hear it's Donatello and Leonardo don't get a lot of love.
Yeah.
They really don't.
And I understand Leonardo because he's the Cyclops of the group. He's the uptight. You know what I mean? Got a hard ass.
What are you doing, Raph?
I don't think that you should do that, Raphael. But
just trying to be a good
Donatello,
leader.
He's always chill. He cracks as many jokes as Michelangelo, and he.
They're a good duo. They're a good duo. They're a good duo. Actually, him and Mikey, I think, balance out the comedic relief because they're the ones with all the pop culture references.
Yeah, and like when the serious ones start fighting, they're both like, living room. Yeah, let's get at it. Let's go play video games and eat pork rinds. Let's let Raph and Leo like bitch about things.
I'm sorry. Go.
So I was real quick. Yeah, Donnie in this one is not depicted as the nerdy tech whiz type that he later become.
Not until Turtles 3.
Yeah.
No,
I can't live without my microchips.
In Turtles 2, he's the tech whiz. He hacks.
I know. Yeah, he hacks the computer. Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Because they're going through that list where it's like, what is it like? Inactive. Active.
Well, I wouldn't say that they didn't make him that, but he definitely he's not as much of a tech nerd as he is, but he, again with the autism, he's like, guys, structurally speaking, I'm thinking that maybe this isn't the best time for your buddies to drop in.
Yeah,
like structurally speaking, Donnie, come on,
nerd. It's actually a great moment.
It is.
I mean, that whole sequence is kind of the MVP of the movie for me. Trembling has his secret MVP. He says the police chief guy.
That's
who
what
looks
I was
like
going to
Boss
say.
Nass from episode 1. There you go. Actually, the police chief is kind of a fun character.
Yeah.
He's yelling at April. Trembling also says Donatello is also the best character to play in the old games because he had the longest reach with his stick. This is true.
That's true. Always true.
I actually probably would go with Leonardo most of the time in the game. At least Turtles in Time. I don't know. For some reason, I just thought katanas were cool. What's your secret one? Is the cop?
Yeah,
Jeremy?
Raven Sarah as Chief Stearns, a very very stern character, stern actor.
What else does he? What else does he do? He just seems like he's like one of those guys that would show up in like Larry Cohen movies.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, he was in Marathon Man, I think, and a couple other like big stuff. Mostly a TV guy, though.
I wouldn't be surprised to find that he was the dad in Dinosaurs. I don't have any evidence for that.
Yeah, but it was probably based off of him. Oh, you know who I forgot was in this as the voice of Splinter because he was part of the Jim Henson Company at the time. Kevin Clash. Now, if you guys don't know, Kevin Clash is also the puppeteer and voice of Elmo, or he was. I should say he was, because he got busted basically being a abuser.
Really?
Yes. You didn't know that about this?
About Kevin Clash.
Dude, oh yeah, he had a documentary that came out about him, like, painted him in all this rose-tinted light, and it was like, oh, the voice of Elmo. And we really got to know Kevin Clash, come to find out that he was trying to hook up with like 14-year-old boys.
Alex Rosen showed up at his door with sprinkly papers.
Hey man, what's going on? Hey, I don't know. We're just like coming here, just talking to people, just like, oh, you do Elmo's voice? Cool, dude. Cool.
Oh man, you're really helping out civilization. So anyway, here's the messages from Emily.
Yeah. I actually have a theory about Kevin Clash. I think Kevin Clash was abused. I have just suspicions knowing his life story. Like the Jim Henson guys scooped him up when he was like 13.
What?
And yes, like he went to some event and he showed interest in puppeteering, and he was an enthusiast, and he would go home and build his own puppets, and somehow he got the attention of Jim Henson himself, I believe. And he would live with them. Like they like took him from his parents and I'm like, there's something was fucking going on. Especially considering his behavior as an adult. I'm like, that's like learned trauma behavior. Usually abusers are abused or were abused. So that's my theory. I have no evidence to suggest that. It just seems like it fits into the archetype of a story like that. And there is evidence to suggest, or not evidence to suggest that anything nefarious happened, but I think it's weird anytime a group of adults scoop up a child and like basically remove him from his family. I get suspicious. I got my suspicions. But he does the voice of Splinter, and he would have been really young too when he did the voice of Splinter. And I assume he probably did the puppeteering as well. His hand right up that rat's ass.
Black guy?
Yes.
Yeah, he did the puppeteering for Splinter.
Yeah, yeah. Trebling says Kevin Clash works at the basement. That he does. Let me see. When he got caught, this is what happened.
What a terrible, terrible day for this molester.
Now I want to see Elmo's world voice swapped with Splinter.
Elmo wants to know more.
Yeah. Come here, Big Bird. I have something to tell you. This guy in the trash can, he keeps bothering me. Yeah, Kevin Clash as Splinter, let's just say we don't have to like the person, but it's a pretty good performance as Splinter, Oh, yeah. It's a pretty good performance. Who didn't want Splinter to be their dad? He would teach you karate. He kind of let you do whatever the fuck you wanted to. Like, he's kind of a little, as much influence as he has over the Turtles, he's pretty freewheeling, He kind of lets them do what they want.
One of the things that I liked about his depiction in the Michael Bay movies, that he was a fucking little bit of an authoritarian. There was a scene where he tortures the fucking turtles to get information about where they were that night.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
making them stand still and balance on various things for 12 hours and shoving pizza under their nose and stuff. That's the Splinter I like.
It's a good. I can't even remember what the fuck Splinter even looks like in those movies.
I just know he's voiced by Tony Shalhoub, and you wouldn't know unless you looked at the credits.
That's right. It is. And the Johnny Knoxville
everything in those movies looks like garbage.
Yeah, Johnny Knoxville does the voice of Leonardo for some reason. I remember even back then, I'm like, why did they put Johnny Knoxville in this? Like, why? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
It's like, oh man, you know who we got for the voice of Leonardo, bro? Johnny Knoxville. This thing's gonna take off.
Well, it's Johnny Knoxville and then unknowns.
Yeah,
that's what makes it weird.
Nobody else in the cast that's known.
No, they were all I think some of them are still around, but most of them are just stunt guys. I think one of them, the guy who did the mocap for Leonardo, I believe, is the new Chewbacca in the Solo movie. It's the same guy. And they all recorded audio on set because they were running around in mocap suits. Which is another thing, if they do another Turtles movie, I hope they go back to a fucking costume. They just look better. I know that they're
people
fake.
That know how to do that kind of puppeteering anymore, Shaun?
Well, Brian Henson's still around. Jim Henson's dad or son. He still does. He still works. They did the Dark Crystal thing for Netflix. It's actually pretty good. Actually, wasn't bad. I don't think I ever finished it, but what I watched of it, I thought was pretty good.
I liked the Tyler Perry, Baxter Stockman Trembling. I thought he was fucking great, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, he was fun.
He's on the date with April O'Neil, he's like, I genuinely guffawed at that.
Well, it is, one thing I will say that I do like about the 2014 Turtle movies is that they are a little goofier. They're definitely pulling. Actually, they have the same trajectory as the first two, the 90s Turtle movies, where the first one's a little darker, a little more serious, and then by the second one, they're like, "No, dude, we're gonna have the Turtles van, and it's gonna shoot pizzas at people, and Bebop and Rocksteady are in it."
Not to mention, Judith Hogue actually came back. I guess the check was sizable enough for her to make her quick cameo in that.
Oh, did she have a cameo in that?
In the 2016 sequel to that one, yeah.
Good God.
I'm going to say that I don't want to get too sidetracked because it's 11:30. We're still on the first movie, but there are a couple sequences in the Michael Bay ones that I really love. The whole thing from skydiving from airplane to airplane, and Raph losing his nerve, and the tension of if he doesn't jump right now, he's gonna lose it, but it might have already been too late. If he jumps out of this plane. That really tickled my tummy. And then the whole fight with Bebop and Rocksteady all the way as the plane crashes and they go down the river and shit. It's just so fun. But the problem is none of it sticks in your brain. It's like Turtles 3. None of it sticks.
Yeah, no, you're right. Well, I think a lot of it, the Michael Bay ones or the Platinum Dunes ones, is because it's the CGI just makes it forgettable. It all kind of just blends together. Every sequence ends up blending together because there's nothing particularly impressive about it because you're just watching a cartoon.
Right.
Like if you were watching guys do stunts, like you remember that shit. It just sticks in you because you're in a meta sense, like subconsciously reacting to the fact that that's a real person in a costume, swinging or kicking or whatever. It just makes it more memorable. Like in the new ones, it's just they feel a little like anonymous in that way. And also, I think the human casting was really bad. I like Megan Fox's April O'Neil, not good. And also that guy, Trembling brought it up, the Green Arrow guy that gets cast as Casey Jones in the second one is
Also
awful.
horrible.
Yeah. Trembling says, reminded me of Jai Courtney as Kyle Reese in that shitty Terminator sequel. Was that Genesis? Yeah, there's something so generic about him and like cookie cutter and like safe. You know, you get somebody like Elias Koteas. Like, you know, I need a 32-year-old man who's like already balding, who has like hairy arms like me, that's like, you know, wants to crack wise. And is an actual guy that I would be worried about meeting that guy in the park at night.
Yeah, he should look like he bought scratch tickets today.
Yeah, he went in. He didn't buy a pack of cigarettes. He just bought a Lucy.
Yeah, he bought like
That's how he
3
rolls.
Lucy's and a couple of scratch tickets, and like he stepped out of line and scratched them and won like $5, and then got back in line and made him cash him in for 5 more scratch tickets.
Yeah, exactly.
And then later that night, he went out with a hockey stick and beat the shit out of monkeys.
Yeah, that's what he did that afternoon. He's like hanging out at the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, like after he beats the shit out of this mugger, he like looks at his pocket. He's like, "Oh man, I still got a cigarette. I forgot I still had one left." That's Casey Jones. Dude.
Yeah, win for you, Casey. Another win. All right.
Like, I bought 3, but then I found a half one in the ashtray outside the store.
All right, so what do we think of like just the kind of wrap up the 90s Turtle or the first Turtles movie? What do you guys think of it? Like, do you guys think the performances are good? Are they good for what it is?
Yeah, I think that actually the performances from like the human side of things are really good. Everybody's doing like a character actor kind of thing, but it's the place to do that.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree. I think it's actually what makes it gives the movie texture. It makes it feels like there's a groundedness to the first one, and some of that is directly contributed to by the performances by the character actors.
And I would add, I think what really does stand out from the performances, and then just like, I guess just, not to get sappy, but the genuine heart of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It really does speak to that age of being, when you're in your adolescence, I guess specifically as a boy, and fatherhood, and and just like what those family dynamics can sometimes look like, and in different sectors of that world. And I was thinking about. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
I was going to just add, I was really trying to think. I'm like, I could see a small female demographic really tuning into this, but this is really, I can only just the more I was like, yeah, this is a boys' movie. I think through and through at the end of the.
Well, that's actually because I was talking to my wife about this. My wife grew up with the Ninja Turtles as well.
Yeah, and
I was like, it's kind of interesting. And that is directly because she has an uncle that's more of a brother that's 10 years older than her. And he would have been watching the Ninja Turtles, so she ended up watching it too. But it is very specifically for boys. The types of dilemmas that teenage boys go through, very specifically. And also, paired with this notion of a paternal figure and how important that is. It's almost like the same kind of thing goes on in the world right now. We see this the plague of fatherlessness and the havoc that it's wreaking on an entire generation of people. Even back then, they kind of understood that because the Foot Clan, in a lot of ways, is very similar to the show The Wire. Because in the show The Wire, there's a whole subplot where these guys are they sell drugs out in the corner and they get kids to do it. They suck in all the lost misfit kids, and they end up because those kids, they're not going to do any hard time, so they make those kids sell the drugs. It's very similar to what is going on with the Foot Clan. That's kind of why, if there's one big critique I have, is I would like to know a little bit about the motivation of the Foot Clan, other than I guess global dominance.
Right.
Is that like the plan? Like he's, because he's trying to build up like an army, and he's recruiting all the kids, getting them and ingratiating himself to them, letting them live in kind of this Pinocchio style pleasure island, essentially.
Well, I was gonna say this is why it makes perfect sense that it's Steve Barron directing too, because 6 years later he'll go on to do the Adventures of Pinocchio with Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Yes,
and it's the same kind of similar theme again, where Udo Kier is like running the Paradise Island and like, I'm gonna turn the boys into jackasses. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like when I was going over my plan for global dominance, first step, learn Kung Fu. Second step, teach it to a bunch of teenagers. Third step, steal a fuck ton of TVs. Okay.
Then profit.
Yeah. And then like you have the money for an army. Like,
Yeah. Now you're ready to go.
Is it? I guess that's not. I guess that didn't click with you the first time you watched it.
What do you not understand about what he's doing? Okay, what's going on here? Trembling says Casey Jones needs to look like his dad owns a Greek diner in Astoria, Queens, and won't talk to him. Trembling also says I like the Michelangelo is the one that tears up at the Spirit Splinter scene after he had been in denial earlier about the possibility of Splinter dying. Yes, and that was intentional because he was supposed to be more visually upset by what was going on once they're in the farm, basically because he gets traumatized by Raph, like not knowing if Raph is going to live or die. And that was supposed to be kind of the payoff of that subplot. But yeah, it's actually a really good scene too. It's just a good scene. There's a couple good scenes. You had shared one in the chat, Profitt, about the what's his name here? Is it Raph and Splinter talking in the dark?
Oh yeah,
that
was yeah.
That's a good scene. Like you said, Jeremy, I think sometimes it's easy to forget because it's the Ninja Turtles, that it does have like it has a wholesomeness and earnestness at the core of it. And I think that's why it lands. Without that, you just wouldn't kind of care. It's just cool stuff. And cool stuff is kind of ephemeral. But this speaks to something, I think, deeper in a person. And it's something that everybody can kind of relate to in one way or another, whether it's like directly or just feeling that sense of being lost or lost in general, or having kind of a disconnect with your parents or whatever. Like there's lots of stuff to actually dive into, I suppose. Which I just didn't really expect that, because it's been so long since I'd really like sat down and watched this movie and never really took it very seriously when I watched it. And I was very pleasantly surprised that there's actually has like a few layers to it. It isn't just like a dumb Ninja Turtles movie. Like they actually made a sincere effort to make something that was a little bit more substantial. And I'll give them credit for that, because nowadays that's not what happens. Even if you enjoy the new Michael Bay Turtles movies, like there isn't really a lot to grab onto with those movies. Like they're fun to watch and they're over and you kind of move on. I mean, that could be because I'm a lot older. I don't know. Maybe there are kids. I don't know if there's like a generation of kids that watch like the Michael Bay Turtles movies and really like that's their Turtles movies. I don't know. I've never seen that out in the wild.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they don't have like that kind of the staying power. Although I did feel bad. I did see the second Michael Bay Turtle movie in the theater with my brothers, and I got really high. And I normally, at this time in my life, I was never getting high. I got way too high. We went to see it in 3D, and I was snickering and laughing at the movie, not with it, while we were watching it. And there was definitely some hardcore Turtles fans like in the theater getting annoyed with me. And I felt bad, but I was so high I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help it. And actually I was laughing a lot at Casey Jones and how much he sucked in the movie. Let me see here. Trembling says, I think the distinct personalities in the surrogate family thing is exactly why this franchise has stayed alive so long. X-Men has a similar thing. Yeah, I would agree with that. 100%. All right. Well, I think we've blown our load on the first movie. You guys ready to move on, or do you have any closing thoughts about the 1990s Turtle before we hit Secret of the Ooze?
Judith Hogue was clearly braless in a couple shots.
Oh, that's definitely Thank you for bringing that up, because that's very important. And we gotta do it, guys. Now it's tradition. 1 out of 10. Trembling, you got to do it too. 1 out of 10. Judith Hogue, 1990s Turtles press. Listen, she was directly involved in the making of that toy. She was very excited about it. 1 out of 10. Do you want? I'll go first.
The only toy line she was directly involved in the making of, if you know what I mean.
Hey, listen. I would say that I'm going to give her an 11. She was really doing it for me. I was like, I am definitely like a 37-year-old man now. Because she's like a real woman, like a real person. Like, I have no interest in like a Megan Fox, right? Like, if you put Megan Fox and Judith Hogue next to me, even at 60 years old, I'm probably still going for Judith Hogue. I mean, Megan Fox looks like a witch now, so it's a pretty easy decision. But we'll say 2014 Megan Fox versus 1990 Judith Hogue. Judith Hogue all day, all day long. Oh, Trembling gives her an 8. She said she's a hot basket case.
Aren't they all? Aren't they all, Trembling? The part where she's getting the massage from Casey. I mean, that's probably one of my first little boners. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just a little boner.
And they have good chemistry, actually. Elias Cotis and Judith Hogue. They have good chemistry. Like, I believe that they would be a couple.
Right.
Where it's just not something that always happens.
Then there's no Casey or Judith Hogue in the second movie.
No, but the Turtles still want what they want.
What's so special about Splinter?
Yeah, dude, it's like Splinter's our dad, you know? I mean, what's so special about your dad?
You know what? All right, everybody. Well, now we're going to head into the secret of the use.
Yeehaw! Ninja Cowboy!
Real turtles. Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael.
Yeah, all the good ones, Andy, no.
Real problems.
Shrek, dude!
They're back in an awesome new movie.
Didn't we see these guys on WrestleMania?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. The Secret of the Ooze. Rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
Oh, yes. The Secret of the Ooze. It's directed by Michael Pressman, written by Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird, and Todd W. Langan. It stars Paige Turco as our new April O'Neil, David Warner, Leif Tilden, Michelin Sisti, Mark Queso, Ken Scott. Who is the new Donatello? He's not listed.
Don't even say his name, dude. Don't even say it.
Don't even say it. Don't do it. All right, so Secret of the Ooze. I have like my little brief anecdote about when I first saw this. I did see this in the theater. I was about 5 years old, maybe a little younger. I pestered my mom for hours. It was one of those things where I woke up at like 6 a.m. I knew it was Turtles 2 day. And I pestered her to, let's go see the movie. And she had to try to tell me, she's like, listen, it doesn't start until like 11. If we go now, we're not going to have anything to do. And I wouldn't give up. So my mom, we went to the theater like 2 hours early or around the theater, like at a mall. And I was complaining so much about wanting to go see the movie. Let's go see the movie already. She almost canceled the whole thing. But thankfully we persevered and we got to see the movie. But I was very excited. It was deep into Turtles at this point in my life. I had all the toys. I had the first movie. And I was ready to go. What about you, Jeremy?
Just kind of, I mean, I don't have anything really super fascinating or interesting in terms of the history of this. I watched it when I did, I guess. It was just like shortly after the first one. It would have been about...
Yeah, because you had them all. You didn't have to wait.
Yeah, didn't have to do any sort of wait time for this franchise. But I don't know. I didn't frequent this one as much as the first. Maybe I probably watched the third probably more than this one, actually. But I remember at that age thinking it was a little different, but not like overly too goofy. Or at least I just remembered it being a goofy film, but it still had the same dark edge or quality to it that, being older now, you can clearly see a very, very
You could see that they
You see a
made some
line here.
decisions. They made
Yeah.
some decisions about the direction and the tone of the film. It is
Right.
substantially lighter.
Yeah.
Than 1990.
Although I would argue sometimes a little bit, I would say there's a murkier quality or like some sort of like foggy look to it that I can't quite explain, and it does like cast everybody in a lot more shadow than even the first film sometimes does. But
It's called the Golden Harvest. It's called Golden Harvest.
Yeah.
Actually, New Line came in with this one, and
Yeah.
the reason why New Line got chosen as a studio is because at the time they were pumping out movies really quickly. Like the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Like they were producing like one a year. And that's one of the reasons why New Line ends up getting it. Oh, you know what's something I didn't mention? That's a huge nostalgia thing is FHE. The FHE logo, the Family Home Entertainment logo. They had I think it was just the first one maybe, the 1991. Because I just have such a distinct memory of like putting in the VHS tape and the FHE logo, where it's just like somebody like drawing FHE in like crayon or something.
It's on my VHS at my place. Yeah.
Trembling says, I missed a bunch of stuff. He says, I like that one part when Casey says, I told you guys about doing that, clearly showing he's had a talk about them cock blocking him. He also says, did you guys eat those mutagen pies they sold back then? I probably had like one. My mom didn't really let me eat that kind of shit, unfortunately, which makes no sense because I grew up to be a fat kid. Anyways.
I had so many of those fucking pies to the point that when you said it, I could taste it in my mouth.
The custard, the green custard.
I had it all. I had the, it was like a big Ninja Turtle that I think had some kind of candies in it or something. I had the cereal bowl that came in plastic on the front of the cereal box. I had a bowl. It was a green bowl with little turtle hands and a turtle head. If it was merchandise or food related to the turtles between the years 1991 and 1993, I consumed it. Or I had a friend who let me play with theirs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what was your first dalliances with Turtles 2? You said you saw this one in theaters, right? He's got a
Sorry.
okay.
Sponsored. I recall seeing this and the third one in the theater, but I don't have the actual memory of being there, so maybe I didn't. But what I do know is that they came out so quickly. Like I don't think I saw the first one in the theater for some reason, but I saw it when it came out on VHS. So there couldn't have been that much time in between when the VHS came out and when number 2 came out. So I probably had a very similar experience to Jeremy, is like there wasn't a long period of time in between when I saw them.
Right.
Well, they actually put the VHSs out for these movies very quickly, which was not the norm at the time. I mean, I think the first Turtles movie, I got the Christmas it came out. It was like one of my Christmas presents. And then the next year, I got Turtles 2 for Christmas. It was a big Christmas thing that they were pushing. But like, it was a very quick turnaround. It was maybe like 3 or 4 months after it was in theaters, which was not normal at the time at all.
I remember the VHS boxes being so iconic. That's why it's important to have this back here. But here's the thing, Shaun. Here's the thing. 2 things. You can't get the VHS box for the first movie unless you spend like $500, $400, right? Unless you get a Chinese knockoff for $75.
And who would do such a thing?
But here's the thing, Shaun. If you want to get the most for your genuines, because you want to buy the genuines, you're going to spend the money. There's only one set of genuines that came with 3 bandanas, okay? There's a left bandana, a right bandana, and then in the Walmart 2-pack, there's the bandana that comes down both sides, okay?
Okay.
You don't get that in the VHS 4-pack. So here's what I did. I'm getting my genuines, okay? I'm going to get them, all 4 of them. The only one that I don't have right now is Leonardo. I'm working on it. But once I get him, I'm going to buy a bootleg of the VHSs, sell the VHSs, keep the VHS box, and keep my genuine in the bootleg box. Because I'm the next king, and I always get a deal. But anyway, I remember being, like so fucking excited at the beginning when you see the turtles come up behind Kino.
Yeah. Yes.
And it it doesn't like the camera doesn't pan to them. You just see them run up behind them, and you just know, like, holy crap, they're here. And then they do the jump with the title card and everything.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and that opening sequence is like so fucking hilarious. Like, it's so fun. Like it shows the turtles like a more seasoned turtles that are just like having fun with what they're doing to the point where they're not even trying. And I know that is actually the censorship like dictating the story.
Yes, yeah.
But also it's like this is a set of turtles that wouldn't need to like bust out their deadly weapons to deal with a bunch of dudes robbing a mall. This is a set of turtles.
Sure, whatever you got to tell yourself, dude.
With a fuck them up with a Nerf bat or whatever.
This guy likes he likes kitty turtles. This guy sucks.
I do like the kitty turtles, but I said because they've been on a lot in the house in the past 16 months because kids obsessed with them, and my love for them has been reignited. But there's a scene in Ooze when they're in the junkyard fighting, which the junkyard is one of my favorite sets in any movie, with the tires piled like 3 stories high, and the drum. Like, what fucking junkyard has a tire pile that high? Like,
it reminded me of the junkyard from Nightmare 3. Actually, if you want to go for like New Line Cinema like projects, like they reused the set or something.
Oh, it's not. Oh yeah, it is the third one when they go into the dream world. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They also repeat that in like I think the 5th one.
Right.
Something very similar. But yeah, they make really good use.
Sorry.
What's up? What'd you say?
I was going to say there's a part in the junkyard where they're fighting the Foot Clan, and Leonardo and Raphael pick up like a big length of pipe and run with it and knock them down like fucking bowling pins.
Yeah.
I turned to Caitlin and I said, like, this is where in the comic books you would see like Leonardo's sword flashing and like Raphael's sai like stabbing through the neck of a dude and like 5 heads flying from Leonardo's katanas and shit. But here they're like knocking them down and there's like bowling pin sounds and fucking, you know what I mean? It's just watching it as an adult, it really does kind of lose something for me where it's like, they like, could they have done this? Like, why? The producers, this is where they start to really go.
Well, they didn't have to do anything crazy. It was just like
Stockman, but we're gonna have like scientist guy who's not Baxter Stockman.
Well, he was written originally as Baxter Stockman.
Well, missed opportunity, because if you have Baxter Stockman, Baxter Stockman can literally set up the time travel plot for the 3rd movie. In my rewrite of it,
well, you got to remember this was not like franchise world at the time. Like they didn't really think about stuff like that.
I know they didn't. It wasn't like they. If you had said that to them, they would have been like, "What the fuck are you talking?" Because the only one that had been done at this time like that was like Back to the Future 2 and 3.
Yes, actually, probably.
And if you would have said that to executives at the time, they would have been like, "What are you talking about? Like, we need to get quarterly overturn. Like, we're not thinking about 93 right now."
Yeah, listen, guys, if those fucking turtles use any of their weapons, we're gonna arrest you.
Yeah,
okay? We're here to make dollars, money.
Insurance groups who are pissed off about their Big Mac being in a black Batman thing where Michael Keaton dropped the bomb down someone's pants or something.
Yes.
Right.
So, it really, it kind of loses it for me in the sauce, because the executives get their greedy paws in there again, and now it's like actually fucking with things. Like, yes, it could have been easy enough to have Baxter Stockman been a disaffected scientist working at TCRI, whose job it is to like dispose of all this ooze, but he fucked it up like 15 years ago, and he's been kind of demoted, and he's always been working on this time travel project that never goes anywhere, and the people who work, the executives at his company, think it's hogwash and everything. And by the end of the movie, you can have the time travel plot set up for the 3rd movie with Baxter Stockman playing the same fucking role that this scientist plays, where he's the disaffected TCRI guy who is getting rid of the ooze, and he ends up fucking up and losing it, and it gets into the Shredder's hands, and now he has to help the turtles to kind of redeem himself. But in his redemption, he ends up fucking up, and then think about it for 5 seconds. I know you have 6 months to film a really technical animatronic sequence with like kung fu turtles jumping around and fighting foot soldiers. But if you just took an extra 6 months and thought about the writing, you could have had something fucking incredible. And
well, that's what
nerd. It's like complaining about this shit.
That's what Eastman and Laird wanted to do. They wanted it to be a little bit more like substantial, I suppose. Because really I enjoy this movie a lot. I know a lot of this tied to nostalgia. Like this was kind of like the one that I probably have seen the most in my life is Turtles 2. They wanted to do stuff like that, but this has the problem of like a lot of sequels where it's kind of the same movie.
Yeah.
And it's just there to kind of sell toys. And when you watch as an adult, you can really feel that. You really feel the pull. Like the perfect example is something we brought up at the top of the show is the Toka and Razor thing. I mean, the Toka and Razor thing is Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird just losing and winning at the same time. They're like, okay, we're not going to have Bebop and Rocksteady. We're just going to make new Bebop and Rocksteadies. And it kind of just to do what? For what reason?
Just to cause chaos and then like have April O'Neil be like, there's no way you can stop these guys. It's like, well, if Leonardo would pull his fucking swords out, I think that you could stop these guys pretty quickly. At least Razor. I mean, he's wearing a goddamn Cadillac. Like I do like how Razor's armor is all made out of like shitty car
junkyard.
parts.
Yeah, the junkyard stuff.
But it's like also it's a Cadillac grill. Stick your goddamn katana through it and kill this werewolf. You know what I mean? You guys are.
But he's not allowed to.
But yeah, it's like it is there to be sell toys. But there's something about the style and the look of this one in particular. It's so clean. It's so fresh looking. Like the first one looks so grimy and slimy.
Yeah, there's a lot of like film grain on it.
Yeah. And this one, okay. So I looked at this very closely, okay, because I didn't really notice this until I got the NECA toys. But in the first movie, Shredder is in kind of like a ox blood colored ninja robe, right?
Yeah.
It's like sparkly. It's very flamboyant. He's got like he's very like Liberace, but he's too tough for you to say it to his face. You know what I mean?
Well, only somebody as tough as Shredder could pull that off. I mean, that's just the way it goes.
He's a flamboyant man. But then in the second one, he's in like Prince purple out of nowhere. Okay. Yeah. And I was like, was it just an immediate changeover, or do you see him go through the costume change? And I watched it closely yesterday, and I'm pretty sure when he comes out of the garbage heap, he's in the red colored ninja costume.
Yeah.
And directly after you see him like filing down his helmet, he's in like the fucking Prince purple.
Well, is he supposed to wear his garbage clothes that are covered in garbage, Dan?
But Shaun, this leads.
You think Shredder doesn't have multiple outfits?
I know. We have to extrapolate from here that Shredder has multiple ninja outfits.
They're all just hues of purple.
Yeah, like the Foot Clan in the video games, they're all like different shade, like wide range of shades. I think that Shredder's got a walk-in closet.
Do you think Shredder's got like a fire suit?
Oh God. You think Shredder has a Fire Island suit?
Actually,
I think he's got them all, buddy.
This guy's sick. He's a sick fuck. He likes hanging out with kids. What's going on?
Yeah, that is really.
And then he's getting animals involved in it. Like it's all sorts of weird stuff. Then he becomes their mother. It's crazy.
The only thing that Shredder fears is the crinkling of paper behind him and the heavy breathing.
Hey, what's up, dude? What are you?
Between you and his 14-year-old Danny.
Where are you from? China? Japan? Cool, dude.
Oh, I love sushi. That's great. Oh, you run a gang? Oh, you're doing the Lord's work, man. But yeah, I just love that. Like the second movie looks so like their bandanas like pop.
Oh, dude, the suits are so much better in this. I mean, like, well, I guess maybe so much better is maybe an overstatement, but they really refined it, and like they look great.
Everything looks great and atmosphere. Like it is atmospheric in a different way than the first movie. And I have a hard time describing it, but I just love how like kind of clean and perfect everything look. Like it looks like the NECA toys.
Well, because like if you go like say like the place where they fight Toka and Razor the first time, they're like in that arena. It's a movie junkyard. It looks like a movie junkyard, and I kind of I agree with you. I have nostalgia for that like texture. Like I like that. You got something, Jeremy? I know you've been trying to talk.
I was just gonna say, like I'm so glad that if we're keeping this movie as canon as possible, that Casey Jones is in fact not a cold-blooded murderer. I'm glad that Shredder comes back, and yeah, everybody came out okay. Well, he doesn't when he becomes Super Shredder, but yeah.
Well, listen. He just got hoisted by his own petard. So that brings us. Casey Jones not in this movie, replaced by Ernie Reyes Jr., little Asian man. Trembling Head said, "Did you guys watch Surf Ninjas starring the Kino guy as kids?" I did.
Yeah,
I was gonna bring that up. That's also canon. Yeah,
that's also canon.
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen is the bad guy. Rob Schneider is the sidekick. Dude, they liked Ernie Reyes Jr. so much, they literally built a movie around him. They thought that kid was going to be like the next Jackie Chan. Because you know what? And I'll say this in the Turtles, feels very authentically like a teenage boy.
Yeah.
And actually, his intro, we're going to watch this little intro here. The introduction scene is literally is one of those things. I know it's cliche to say, but it's like, oh, you couldn't tell this joke in a movie today, especially not a kid's movie.
Hey, ladies. Which one of you lucky girls gets a ride with me tonight?
Dream on, dweeb.
Yeah, okay. But when I do, I'll dream of something a little thinner.
That is such the fuckboy energy emanating off of Ernie Reyes Jr. is impressive. It's impressive. I like that I just kind of, I don't know if I would want to have to hang out with him. I feel like he would get exhausting after a while. But as a celebrity, as a personality, I enjoy watching him. I even enjoyed listening to him when I was listening to the interviews.
Well, in that interview with Judith Hoag, he lights up a fucking blunt at the beginning of it, and he has to pull a Mark Taylor. You see him roll it and lick it, and then he gets up and leaves the building that he's in and goes outside to smoke it. He can't even. Sorry, Ernie Reyes. You can't even smoke in your own house. God damn.
I it was funny watching some of the interviews he did. He really does not give a shit in a way that is almost respectable. But my desire, my fealty to etiquette, it does bother me. I'm you're just kind of being rude, Ernie. Stop. Stop. But it's exactly who he is. Kino, this character is Ernie Reyes. I don't think there's much separation there. And he was a ringer too. The production time on this movie from the time the first one comes out to the time the second one comes out is a little over a year. So they just inserted him into the movie. Which what an awesome gift to him. He thought he had it made in the shade. He was a little too crazy. Also, during that Judith Hoag interview, that when she was interviewing him, it is revealed that he used to really like the restaurant Hooters. He would go hold court at Hooters and hit on the Hooters girls. And he tricked Judith Hoag into skinny dipping with him.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a lot of respect for this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is going places. So what do we think of Kino as a replacement for Casey Jones?
I think he blows, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You don't like Kino?
If I did, he'd be right behind me.
Oh, that's true. I guess the proof is in the NECA.
I will say performance-wise, though, when I think just 90s teenagers, he's got to be up there on a lot of lists.
He's very Bart Simpson.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, yes, I agree. Yeah, he is very Bart Simpson, but it seems like he's just that kind of guy. We've all met guys like Ernie Reyes, a little short, overcompensating, kind of, but they're also really kind of impressive in some way, usually physically. I used to play I remember playing soccer with a guy like that. It was this 4.5-foot kid that was a superstar, could not be fucking stopped, and he was a little shit.
I actually do I say that I don't like him mostly out of the idea that he was just some replacement for Casey Jones, but as a character, he actually moves the story along. He and Raph again are look, now we know the Foot Clan is out there. We know they're recruiting. We have to do something about this. Shredder or Splinter
And Leo being pussy.
Years of his life literally training these fucking kids to go out and fight other ninjas. Now there are other ninjas in New York. And he's like, it is too dangerous. Like, what are you talking about? This is your job. This is like
actually, what was his...
Can you slaughter a pig for me? I'd be like, it is too dangerous. We cannot go. Like, what?
That's a good point. Like, if he's not teaching them to do this kind of stuff, then what is he teaching them for? I assume he just wants... I mean, I don't know. Listen, they gotta stop the foot.
It has an even worse problem of like, why is this happening? It's happening because the scene.
Yes.
You need to have a confrontation in the junkyard. We got to get Raph in there. Why is Raph going in there alone with Kino? Because Splinter says that it's too dangerous for the rest of them to go. Why is it too dangerous? Because Raph and Kino have to get into the junkyard alone with one another. It's bad writing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's just super contrived. It's like Casey Jones, spotting what's going on with the turtles, who he's only met one time from a rooftop, fucking a mile away, and then it shows up to help. Trembling says he's a little kid in the great 80s black kung fu movie The Last Dragon. He says Kino was a stupid mistake executives always make with thinking that little boys needed there to be a kid character to relate to. Same reason Robin was invented, and so on. Yeah, he's the audience insert character. Although he's a little too capable. I mean, I guess maybe all little boys thought they could be like Kino.
Yeah,
fit in with the turtles.
I will say that the overabundance of pizza in this movie, especially like the opening scene where everybody's just cheesing it. Everybody's just cheesing it up, and there's just like cheese flying everywhere. And
yeah, let me see if I can find that Asian lady.
And I'm like so hungry, you know what I mean? And
right.
then Kino shows up. Okay, like everything is really tactile in this movie, and I know everything is tactile in the first movie, but it's like an HD in this movie when he lets the bills fall out of the pizza, like the pizza warming bag that they delivered. It just everything feels so real to me. Like I've always been able to smell the smell of the pizza inside that bag in that moment. You know.
Well, it's because they're taking this fantastical concept and they're putting in a world you understand it. Like you felt it. Like you felt money on your hands. You've eaten pizza. Like you've been in a city. What's wrong? What are you laughing at?
I was going to say this.
My boys, pizza boys.
Yeah, do you ever just like eat a slice with your homie and just like look at each other like this?
They're literally looking at each other saying, "This is good pizza." Like I think that's kind of what they pantomime to each other.
Yeah. Like the back rooms liminal space mall that the first fight takes place in.
Yeah.
Like what kind of weird retail space is that? It like there's, when you actually look at it, there's like no entrances to any of the.
Well, it's a big circle, and for some reason, all the stores have access to all the other stores.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Listen, yeah, even though it was in the early '90s, we still lived in a high trust society.
I guess so.
We could get it. I mean, nowadays you can't do that. Okay.
Hey, look at the schnoz on this fucking lady, and look at Eric Trump over here.
Dude, I just love this. It's like this. I love this opening montage, and again with the turtle movies, like I think the first movie kind of sets its tone and the kind of stakes of the world and all that really well in the first like couple minutes. This movie does the same thing. Immediately, this movie is a little sillier than the first one. And because there's a fucking montage of people eating pizza for no reason.
Yeah, there's a guy who like misses his walk signal because he's so enraptured by the slice of pizza that he's eating. Yeah. Hold on. It's the next one. Yeah, like the light turns, this dude just like snogging this slice down.
Everybody in New York loves pizza. Look at these old people.
Yeah.
It's free pizza day.
And this part, it's not playing it right now. But that goes with the movie trope that when black people walk by, you can hear hip hop playing.
Let's see.
Now, I know that they're carrying a boombox, but listen, there's a lot of stuff going on in the city right now, and we don't hear a lot of the sounds. We hear some cabs honking and everything, but when these black dudes roll by, you hear this like early '90s New Jack Swing hip hop. Hold on, let's hit it.
What's your opinion?
Dude, you got a little bit. It's there a little bit.
Yeah,
it's built into the soundtrack.
It rolls right by. But it's like in do you remember in Cabin Fever, like whenever the group of black dudes show up, you just like hear hip hop playing as
yes. That is, I forgot about that. That's kind of crazy.
Brilliant, dude.
Oh, I love Cabin Fever. It's a super fun movie. Trelling says beating a Goofy movie with the pizza cheese pull. That's true. Especially, I don't know if it's already happened, but there's like this little Asian lady who's eating pizza, and she's got the best pizza cheese pull.
Also, that era of cop car, hands down, the best era of cop car.
Yeah,
like cop uniform, just like dudes in a blue button-up shirt with a silly hat and a fucking revolver.
Yeah, like they wear. Yeah, there she is.
Look at that.
That's pure waifu right there.
Look at that. She treats you right.
She
treats you right.
Purchased her.
Brought her to this country so she could also enjoy delicious pizza.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a turtle get down?
What's that? Sorry. I didn't know you were going to keep talking, and I just hit it. Sorry.
I was going to launch into probably something extremely inappropriate.
This is just how I censor
Have
you.
you ever seen a turtle get down?
Yeah, we are on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I just honestly, I know a lot of this is just nostalgia cooming. Like, I really do, but I really kind of miss the world we used to live in. I really hate the world we live in now.
All the iconography, even in the first one too, like, you know, when they're like packing up all the TVs and boom boxes that they stole, like they're just eating like Burger King Whoppers. They just have them sitting there as they're like taking drags of a cigarette, and everything just like had such an aesthetic and a.
Well, not everything needed to be fucking sanitized into the dirt.
Yeah.
Like, so that it's all becomes so like generic. Like, things were allowed to have character. Like, somebody could smoke a cigarette in a kids movie, you know? The good old days. Could eat pizza. They're not even allowed to eat pizza now in movies, guys. It's bad for you. Okay?
Michelle Obama.
Yeah. Look what she did. There's my guy. Look how happy they are to be at work. Okay.
Oh, they live in a primarily white country, Shaun.
Isn't this Is it? I wonder if this is close to where Do the Right Thing takes place.
Actually, well, geographically speaking, it has to be.
Yeah.
So it has to be within like 2 miles of that, because everything in New York is within 2 miles of that.
Like, hey, Spike, you ever hear the Ninja Turtles, Spike? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, Mookie wouldn't be a bad sidekick.
Well, I'm gonna say, why isn't Mookie Kino? Like, why didn't Mookie show up and start doing ninja kicks and shit?
Because he's got kids.
He's a piece of shit. Yeah,
he's got kids that he's not taking care of. Complaining about how much he has to work.
I will say that it is very pimp to have a box on the back of your scooter that is perfect pizza bag size. Kino is a man who knows his craft.
He does. Like he doesn't. It's not a joke to him. This is a profession. This is the future. This is a life.
One of the NECA figures comes with the scooter.
It does, and it comes with the scooter for a reason, because it's an essential accessory for Kino.
And it's so that 40-year-old men can sit in their basement and go, next time I'll dream of something a little thinner.
Couldn't say that on TV today, could you, fellas? Splinter should have been a squatting chain smoker like all old Asian men. I agree, actually. They kind of did that. I guess they do a version of that in the new one, and they clearly didn't tell Jackie Chan this. But Jackie Chan, and in the new Splinter is gay.
Well, hold on.
Oh, I remember. Someone told me this. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't he? Well, he's having sex with a fly as well.
It's like implied, that he's gay.
Eating bugs.
I was like, there's no way Jackie Chan knew that. Jackie Chan he's a Chinese guy, and he's like a very right-leaning Chinese dude. Like, he disowned his daughter for being lesbian. There's no fucking way that he would entertain this. And I hope somebody tells him.
It's how the devil always does it, Shaun. It's not that Splinter is gay. It's that Splinter's character in this movie falls in love with a character who canonically is a man, but in this movie is voiced by a woman. Thus and so, it is implied that this version of the character is a woman, except nobody knows that. They think it's a man fly. So, Splinter in everyone's mind, it plants the seed. It's called, what is it? Conditioning?
Conditioning, yeah, programming.
Yeah.
Being brainwashed into being accepting of gay Splinter.
Yeah, like Splinter's not gay, but well, I mean,
but he could be. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, and what you should really be thinking is like, what is like, he's sucking face with a fly, like that's disgusting.
It is disgusting because flies eat shit.
It actually kind of creeps me and grosses me out. Like one of those things that, like with April vomiting, like why was what's with the fucking weird gross out shit, dude?
I don't know, because I think they have like such a pedestrian view. They're like, oh, it's for kids, like little kids, like they like gross farts and puke. It's like not when it's appropriate.
There's
like when it makes sense.
That's called Camp Longbottom or something like that, and it is all fucking poo fart jokes, sexual innuendo, and I have to like scan all this media, so I looked through it and I'm like, this is one of those shows that like a couple of fucking perverts, like those Dan, like who's the guy who worked at Nickelodeon? Dan
Schneider.
Yeah, this is like one of Dan Schneider's buddies. They get together and they write all this weird shit and package it as like some kind of wholesome children's thing. And when you look at it, and it's so weird and subversive that to even describe it to a person who doesn't come from a generation that is like addled by porn, like they don't understand like all the hidden messages and shit in it. And it's like, oh my God, like this is children's media now. And that's why I raised as far as my kids are concerned, it's fucking 1993. Okay.
Even then, you're gonna have to watch out.
It's G.I. Joe, it's Ninja Turtles, and because I don't know. I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent because we're talking about Ninja Turtles too, but that's why these things hold up so well, because the quality of the shit that they do today, it's even evident in the incarnations of the shit they do today. Like, like Mutant Mayhem is an absolute waste.
It's like it's just hollow.
And like the stylistic design, which finally grew on me after a while, like all for nothing, all to tell a garbage story with like poo fart jokes and outdated musical references. Like you said, it's like for Seth Rogen's buddies.
Dude, yeah. Oh, it signals that to you all the time. The time that it's not actually for kids. This is like when they made a movie version of Where the Wild Things Are.
Oh, brutal.
And it's a meditation on childhood that's meant for adults to watch. It's really not like kids find that movie boring.
Oh, I put it on, and yeah, because Theo loves Where the Wild Things Are as the book, The Wild Rumpus, and I put it on. He's like, "Who are these things?" And I'm like, "Yeah, buddy, this is what they do."
That's James Gandolfini.
They get you in with the intellectual property that you like, and then they stick you. They give you garbage.
What's up?
No, I would say that's a good example, because I remember when that came out at the time, and Spike Jonze was fighting really hard against the studios to get that version of that movie that he adapted, because in the wrong hands, like
I don't think it's it's a bad movie. Like I don't think the Wild Things. It's just not. It is in no way intended for like 10-year-olds. Like it is a movie for 35-year-olds that are have nostalgia, have lived through that childhood that Max has, and can relate to it.
When you make everything stupid and referential, it becomes. And I know that there's a lot of referential stuff and pop culture stuff in the first movies, but it's like the musical thing that is the joke in Mutant Mayhem is fucking 10,000 or 4 Non-Blondes.
Yes.
And the musical thing that's the joke in Secret of the Ooze is fucking ninja rap. Which one of those things is more timeless? Like, which one of those jokes is more timeless? It's obviously ninja rap. It's obviously Vanilla Ice.
And it's also an original thing wrapped in.
Exactly.
Like it is authentic to the world of the Ninja Turtles. It fits in there. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Like there's no connectivity from that one song to the universe of the Ninja Turtles, not in the lyrics or anything. In Vanilla Ice's song, like Vanilla Ice is a character in the movie. There's a like he sees a like turtle ninja battle happening in front of him, and he's like, no, homie, keep the beat rolling. I'm gonna rap about this.
Yeah, I know.
And he throws down a fucking freestyle that went down in history. It's like it's bigger than the 8 Mile freestyle. Okay,
Because that's what Seth Rogen thought was cool. Because that's cool to him.
So it's like look at how little these turtles are capable of in the hands of fucking hacks. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen the CGI recreations that guy did of Donatello and Leonardo. It's just like 12-second clips.
Oh yeah, that's like really high quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like if that guy got crowdfunded and they put together a 55-minute long movie that was made by people who loved the property, they could do something that blew the doors off of fucking Secret of the Ooze. Because Secret of the Ooze is a thing made by people who at best don't give a shit about Ninja Turtles, and at worst probably fucking hate it and look at it as some kiddie shit that they don't understand. And you got the creators pounding down your door saying, we can't do this, we can't do that, and you just want to get this shit out and get your quarterly return so you can get the bonuses and see how much money you have for the sequel. It just the poor turtles did not survive. They continually throughout their history do not survive the decisions made by the boardroom. You know?
Yeah, and it's like it's not a franchise or a property that I've ever like kept up with any of its like iterations over the years, and I don't like. I'm the oldest of 5 kids, so I have the benefit of having like little brothers. So I have a little bit an extended awareness of what kids were watching for a while, but I don't remember the Turtles ever returning back into our lives. Like I'd never watched like the 2003 cartoon. I never watched the 2012 cartoon. I didn't see the Michael Bay ones until I had kids. Like it's something that I completely fell off of. So I don't know if there's like a fan base for each iteration. Like, does each generation cling on to whatever turtle thing is out at the time, or do they just kind of return to these movies? Because that's the only thing I ever hear people talk about are the '80s cartoons and the '90s turtle movies.
I feel like it's probably Jeremy might have a better perspective.
Yeah, you might have a perspective on it, Jeremy. I mean, you said probably the 2003 cartoon, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just something. Everybody just like had that one friend or that one friend who had like a dad that really like grew up on the 80s cartoons or that everybody always knew like a James Rolfe fan type, I guess, that would have, instilled that in their kids. And I think though it's just like, yeah, because it's as popular as it is, I would say even more so than we were comparing it to like Transformers like at the beginning of this. I think just because it's transpired so well in popularity that like everybody just wants to give their own little spin on it for a new generation every 5 years or so. Like,
well,
not
it's
even
like
then.
It's like 5 or 6 years they do a different thing, and there's the TV versions of it, and then there's movie versions of it. You know what I think actually keeps? Now that I've just while you were talking, it kind of made me think of this. It's because of people like James Rolfe. It's because of people like maybe even like hypothetically myself. We go on the internet and we make videos about those things, introducing it to a generation that wouldn't have experienced it, but we get them to kind of buy into the nostalgia of it because they're vicariously experiencing nostalgia through us or through like a James Rolfe. James Rolfe is kind of the almost like ground zero for so much of this stuff.
Right.
I mean, like he covered old Ninja Turtle stuff for like 5 years. Constantly bringing it up, constantly making videos, constantly like referencing it, right?
Yeah.
So it introduced it to a generation that wouldn't have experienced it, but they felt like they did. They felt like they experienced that, like had the same experience that somebody our age or Dan and I's age did.
It's almost like an artificial nostalgia that that kind of just gets
through influencers.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was your theory, Dan?
I think that it's probably everybody loves the 80s cartoons and the 90s movies. And then you probably like your generation's Turtles to whatever extent the quality of those Turtles were. Like Trembling is saying in the chat that I hear a lot of good things from people about the 2002 cartoon series where they took things pretty seriously.
Yeah.
That one's really good. I've watched like almost all of the Turtles media in the last year, at least a portion of it. One of the big ones was, because it's all on YouTube, is the 2003 cartoon, and it is seriously good. And I don't know if kids who were growing up in that generation really look back on it fondly, but I feel like they could. But then there's like Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and shit. There's like this weird period in between, 2010s and like early, now, where like Ninja Turtles are in this weird like space where everything that they kind of try to, every time they roll the dice, they come up snake eyes in terms of quality. And I can't imagine. I mean, I guess maybe if you grew up in this generation, you have fond feelings. Maybe there are kids out there who really liked Mutant Mayhem, but I don't know. Our kids didn't seem to like it. So it seems to me like everybody probably loves, like, these movies are the baseline that everybody loves, and the cartoons from the 80s. And then you probably love the Turtles that were in your generation to whatever quality gradient that they were.
Sure.
Because there were several of them. Some
Yeah.
of them were good.
I think so. I mean, maybe I will give them another shot. Some of the like the 2003 one. Maybe I'll see if Foster wants to watch it. He might enjoy it now.
I mean, it's nothing that I would sit down and, for me, it's always been the 80s shit, the 90s movies, and of course the video game, like the 90s, all the stuff that's in the Cowabunga collection.
Mhm.
That was all essential to me growing up. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
100%. Yeah.
But I think the one thing that people do go back to always is the 90s movies. It's always going to be the cornerstone, which brings me back to the why of why don't they just fuck. It is people in rubber suits. You don't have to get the same people that did it before. You can pick up on Ninja Turtles 4 whenever the fuck you want to.
Well, I think it's because it's like a dead art form, Dan. I don't even know if they have people out there that do this kind of work anymore.
I said that earlier. Like, are there even puppeteers that know how to fucking do this?
I mean, Brian Henson, the Henson Company is still around, but I don't think they fuck around with anything like this
the
anymore.
Wallflowers are still around too, Sean. That doesn't mean that Jacob Dylan can hold a candle to his dad. Okay,
That's true. Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, if we got one headlight, we'll be all right.
I waited 2 hours to make that reference. Couldn't fit it in before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I also think they've kind of lost their way with. They don't know what the fuck to do with them anymore. So I think that's kind of where they're at right now. They just don't know what to do.
They need to just embrace the idea that the Turtles can exist in multiple forms, and you need to have Turtles that are made for kids and then Turtles that are made for adults. But because of the fucking nanny state, you can't have a property that like caters to both for some reason. It's like, just make a fucking R-rated Ninja Turtles movie that's like Turtles 4, please.
Well, you're gonna get it, dude, because all of the Ninja Turtle stuff that's come out that has been popular over the past few years is actually the adult stuff. Like, I actually read the last Peter Laird, Kevin Eastman did it, The Last Ronin.
Yes,
pretty good.
I almost got a deal on one of those NECAs, and I didn't even read the thing, but the toy was so badass. I was like, I'm almost going to pay $45 for this.
It's a Ninja Turtles story with a surprising amount of pathos. It's actually
I've read parts of it, but not all of it together.
It'll make you tear up a little bit.
The last panel when Mikey goes to heaven at the end, that got me. That got me real good.
It's not the end, Dan.
Oh, okay, whatever.
But I know exactly what you're talking about, and I was like, wow, this is surprisingly very touching.
And you know what else got me, dude? I know we're on Secret of the Ooze. I forgot to do this during the 1990s movie this morning. I was watching it with Theo. And at the part where April's boss, who I hate, comes in. He's like, Danny, I've been looking for you. I've had the whole city looking for you all day, son. And like, my son was right there, and I'm like, oh my God, like, imagine the dread that guy's been feeling all day. Like,
Yeah, it changes how you react to those kinds of things because you feel it so viscerally.
It got me kind of choked up in a weird way, and I was like, I can't believe that human.
This guy loves his son so much.
Since I was a little boy, because they just looked. I didn't understand it when I was a little boy, but he does look like a pedophile. He looks like a predator.
He does a little bit.
Yeah, he
pudgy,
looks like somebody
glasses,
that
balding.
Scare off within 45 seconds of coming into the. Side note, and I know this isn't Ninja Turtles, but after watching Predator Poacher and then going back to Predator DC, dude, Jacob Wall comes in way too hot, man.
Oh, he totally. Yeah, they were never good. Yeah, but they're not good at it, and they don't even want to be good at it.
No,
it's like it's their grift.
Yeah, it's that's not even the point. But anyway, I don't know. I kind of lost track of where I was going with that, but the generational thing. I mean, they're still popular, so people must still be liking them. Are people really still going back to the '80s movies?
I seriously think that like it's people our age that have kept this, and a little older as well, like 10 years probably our senior, right? I really think it's the effect of YouTube has had. Like so many people that are Gen Z and millennials are like really into like Gen X culture stuff. Like 90s. Like I was born in 1986, but I have really strong nostalgia for the 90s. Like I don't really know why.
Well, the 90s were the last time. There's two reasons for that. The 90s were the last time when everybody thought that the future was going to be better than the past. Pre 9/11.
Yeah.
And the 90s were to be in the 90s in America, you were in a time out of history. In between when the Berlin Wall fell and 9/11 happened, America was in a bubble of opulence that has never been seen before in human history and might never be seen again. And, you know, even the most down and out people in our country had like Nintendos and air conditioning. And one of the biggest problems, I always say this, one of the biggest problems we faced as a society was whether or not The Simpsons were going to be funny this week. Like, how can you not look back on the 90s and be like, that was fucking amazing?
Yes, I mean, yeah.
We were children at the time. I understand that, but
no, but I do think there was just something about the atmosphere of it. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head in the beginning. Is that it felt like the future was. We had a positive outlook, a positive vision for the future, whereas now we don't anymore. And honestly, it's just people just like. I don't know. It's like this mixture of entitlements and all sorts of shit. I guess
Hulk Hogan can only rip his shirt off on the top rope so many times.
Well, you know what? I think it's time. Yes, you can. Do it again now. Trebling says, I hate the trend over the past 10 years of having Raphael wearing a do-rag style bandana. I think that started with the Next Mutation show. Yes, I believe it did. He also says, I can't blame them. I was born in 1985, but love mostly 80s shit. Yeah, I mean, I was directly influenced by my father, like 100% in terms of like media stuff. Like I've done the same thing. You know, it's funny. I've actually done it to my son, but just with the same movies that my dad showed me. So he's even like a fan of like 80s stuff. But I'm sorry, Jeremy, do you have anything? I know it's hard sometimes to
No, you're fine. I was going to quickly, I guess my growing up, period, I guess, would be just early 2000s. I suppose the prime time for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you grew up in the Linkin Park generation.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, we were emo before we knew it. Yeah. No, I mean, even with that Turtle show from 2003, there was, I would say, post 9/11, there was still like a brief period of hope in those few years. Once it starts to get into the 2010s, then it's like we're kind of done for now.
You can say it, Jeremy. It's when Obama got elected.
All right, if we want to get into specifics, then we can. Change came, and then yeah. But no, I mean, I do remember though, like there was like I can certainly have that kind of nostalgia for the 90s and even the 80s, even if I didn't live during that time. But some of that was still there in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
It lingered. I mean,
Well, that's the weird thing about it. It does linger. I mean, even now in 2024, we are still trapped with the same IP that we had in the 70s. I don't think we've done anything creatively interesting in a like a big populist way in like 40 years. I mean, I'll say this. Dune Part 2 is like the most satisfying blockbuster I've seen in like 20 years. Like, it's the first, it feels new. It felt new. And I hadn't felt that in a very long time. But we're still, even what we're talking about right now, we live in the vestiges of the past, and we're not making anything new. Like, the Ninja Turtles are cool, but do the Ninja Turtles have to exist in perpetuity? Do we just have to keep trying to make new Ninja Turtle shit? Isn't it okay to be like, they had a comic book, a great cartoon series, a couple good movies, and that was it? That's the Ninja Turtles.
Right.
But no, we can't. Same thing with Star Wars. Same thing with anything, And but it's really like just kind of depressing when you start thinking about it.
I wanted to speak to two things. Number one, I agree with Jeremy that the optimism did last for a few years there after 9/11, but on civilizationally speaking, on a civilizational timeline, it was like 8 or 10 years.
Yeah,
it's not that long for it. It did not take long for things to fucking drop after that. And to what you were saying, Shaun, I think in a sense you're right. Like, I think the intellectual property should be like retired for a while. Like, put them in the vault,
or put them, or just forever. Like, there's plenty of great literature that we look back on and say, like, yeah, that's that book.
Because eventually you get to a point where you have to start creating garbage because you've created a market. It's like a musician who gets really popular, and then like hundreds of people's jobs depend on you having a fucking hit. And then you're like, shit, I gotta like put out some hits. Or like Roseanne, like hundreds of people depend on me having a show, and then I made a stupid tweet. So now I've got to like sacrifice my baby on the altar of creativity because, I got to get kicked off this show, but hundreds of people still need a job for the next 16 months. So do what you will with it, I guess. So it's like, no, it can't end, Shaun. It must be fun.
It has to be forever. Turtles forever, everybody. Well, to bring it back to the Turtles.
Turtles all the way down.
All the way down, baby.
All the way down.
Yeah, so like we had said before, this is kind of it kind of repeats a lot of the same beats from the first movie. Even down to kind of Super Shredder. I mean, he gets crushed again, I suppose. Yeah. And it's a very anticlimactic battle because they could, even though they had a real guy, it was Kevin Nash, the wrestler, was in the Super Shredder costume. It's not like a very good fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a good scene, though. It's a good moment. I've always liked it when you see the shells come popping up.
Yeah, like that's what I'm talking about in like the terms of this weird tactile feeling that the whole movie has. When those shells pop up, you just want to fucking touch them. Yeah. And it's funny that you bring up Super Shredder because I'm packing up my display here because I want to get started on that so I don't have to do it for an hour after we wrap. But this is my Shadow Master. Okay.
Yes, I have that. I couldn't find it.
Special edition of. He's got a darker paint job. My son has the regular one with the weird purple paint job with like the painted on abs. But this one's got like a kind of a leathery kind of cape. There's three different
quality one
shredders. I technically only need one more to complete the collection if I can include my son's, which I don't technically include his stuff. That's his own.
Yeah.
NECA Prince has his own shelf.
I was gonna say, yeah, you can't be doing that. He's royalty as well.
That's the Shadow Man. This is the one where the dam broke. This is the one where I was like, oh, I got to get that one. But now he needs 2 foot soldiers.
I love the design of Super Shredder, though. I love the way he looks.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, he looks so rad. That's why I wish there was like a cool fight.
Well, it's such a. I mean, rewatching it this time, it's just so depressing to see him be this incompetent compared to the first film. I mean, like. This is something I just noticed more too, is that he and the Foot Clan and they talk in a lot of grunts this time around. They don't even like have lines of dialogue. Half the time, it's just like,
Yeah, they don't have any. Yeah, it's a good point to bring up because they don't have characters at all. Like they don't have character. Like in the 1991, like some of those foot guys, like you see them without their masks. They talk a little bit. You get to see kind of like we were talking about the Pleasure Island.
Yeah,
it kind of humanizes them. It's much more kind of anonymous, just bad guy fodder.
Right.
Well, I guess there's a little bit with Kino when he goes to audition to be a foot soldier, I suppose, but not very much. Not very much. Yeah, I guess I like this movie more than I think a lot of people do. I don't know. I just don't. I understand that it's silly. I understand that it's different. I understand that it kind of doesn't make any sense. But I give it a pass. I guess maybe that's just the nostalgia pass. I kind of just give it.
I do too. It's like it's like an 85-minute long movie. Does it need to be anything more than a trifle? Like it's fun as hell. Look at the look of the turtle's lair. Like everything in the movie just looks so.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's a great point to bring up. I'm glad you brought that up because that is an awesome set, and it's based on a real place, a real thing. Because I understand everybody freaking out about like Tucker Carlson talking about the subways in Moscow or whatever. That was like a subway station. Those things actually like exist, or they existed in America. Things that were like ornate and beautiful and cool looking.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love that set.
Well, then we won the war, Shaun, and we had to feed everything to Moloch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, have you ever seen the cremation of care ceremony? That's Moloch. He eats babies. Okay. I wonder what Alex Jones's favorite Ninja Turtle movie is. I'm going to say Secret of the Ooze.
I want to say Secret of the Ooze, probably just because it's the best thing to say in his voice.
They're turning the freaking turtles.
Really exciting to say, but that ooze really rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, they're turning the freaking turtles gay. That's exactly.
That's what he would have said about this newer Turtles.
But
movie.
the new one,
yeah.
Like, and I don't know. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I could kick these turtles' asses. Okay, I could really put them down. They're like stupid kids in this movie. I don't get it.
I'm not saying April O'Neil shouldn't be a black girl. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that she shouldn't be thrown up everywhere. Kind of weird.
Oh, listen, I love black people. But they should have their own characters. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, wait, one thing before I forget, I have to say, this just goes back to the first movie. At the end of the first movie, since we're joking racially,
it's deep enough into the episode. It doesn't matter.
When it comes time to rat out the Foot Clan to the cops, like all the Foot Clan is there, and the cops are like, "I'm not leaving." The police lieutenant's like, "I'm not leaving until somebody tells me something about this Foot Clan or whatever." And there's a couple of black kids behind Sam Rockwell, and they kind of look at him and they give him a look like, I ain't snitching, homie. You gotta tell that cop something. There's just a moment where like the black kids almost say something to the cop, and then they look at Sam Rockwell and they're like, Peckerwood's talking to the police.
Yeah. And Alex Jones was very happy with this scene because those were authentic black characters.
Exactly.
You know?
But like I don't need the second movie. Like I want it to be more, and I have my headcanon of what it should have been with Baxter Stockman and Bebop and Rocksteady. But I'm absolutely happy with the movie that I have, and I don't really care if it's nostalgia because it doesn't need to be anything more than that.
No, I agree with you. It doesn't need to be anything more than that. I do wish it just like kind of made more sense and maybe had a little bit. It wasn't as hollow because even like we said with the 90s one, even though it's not really developed or they don't do a ton with it, just having kind of that subtext with like the father-son dynamic and the different kind of permutations at least is something to like more than just turtles fighting, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it blew my. I mean, when I first learned about it, it blew my mind, and it still blows my mind to this day to think that they turned this fucking movie around in theater, like asses in seats, under 12 months.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
The first one came out. Like, and of course, it shows up on screen when you watch it as an adult because there's nothing there but the effects shots and the fights and the jokes and everything. There's no connectivity, even the small stuff that was in the first movie where there's
They give it a shot. They give it a shot. The first 20 minutes, we know what we need to know.
Yeah, but once we're off to the races after the TGRI scene, it's just like the fucking pre-fight donut shit and all that. Like that doesn't make.
They had to get him the sleepy stuff.
In the club, and he's like, "Well, I guess the way to defeat them now is to put a fire extinguisher in their mouth." It's like,
good old David Warner. David Warner actually loves the fact that he was involved in this movie. He loves it.
I was gonna say it definitely shines off screen or on screen.
Is a NECA figure that I will never buy. And they're actually, if you go on the NECA forums right now, everybody's getting their mail from NECA. They pre-ordered them, and now they're getting their Professor Jordan, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
it's a double pack. You get 2 figures of this guy in his orange suit and in his lab coat.
Oh, damn, the orange suit.
Why do you need 2 figures of this fucking guy? Give me Paige Turco.
Well, because sometimes he's out in the field and he needs to be seen so he doesn't get crushed by any heavy equipment, and sometimes he's in the lab.
You got Judith Hogue like holding Paige Turco's face down in a mud pit. Like, don't you fucking pick up the phone call from NECA.
And you just hear like the sting of the Foot Clan music. Dun 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 dun. Fucking eat it, bitch.
She's like choking her with the sigh.
Joe got it.
So what do we think about Paige Turco, actually? What do we think of Paige Turco taking over for Judith Hogue? Judith Hogue, a firecracker. Paige Turco, in my opinion, was much more of like an older sister. Maybe like a motherly figure. You know, I don't think these turtles wanted to fuck Paige Turco. I think they wanted to fuck Judith Hogue, but not so much Paige Turco.
I know Mikey still wants to. He said, I got one thing to say to you, April. No, but Shaun, here's the problem. I'm not sure that you've imagined this lady in lingerie enough because, listen, when I think pinup, okay? I think that she's, I'm not going to say a much prettier lady than Judith Hogue, okay? Because
no, she's conventionally more attractive than Judith Hogue, but Judith Hogue has like an essence that makes her hotter.
Yes, she's a little bit. Yeah. It's the same thing with Casey Jones. She's a little bit dirty. You know?
Yeah.
This is a girl who fuck on her period, right?
You know the type. I'm married to one. I'm like, really?
I, now that you say it, like she does give off a more, because also at this point in the story, she's kind of taken on a parental role of the turtles along with Splinter.
Yeah,
and she has a much nicer apartment. Have you thought about how much that fucking apartment must cost in New
Dude,
York?
That's all I think about when I see shit like that. I get that from my mom. My mom's I've been thinking things like this since I was like 7.
Well, I've been rationalizing this, okay? Because again, just like the weight of the bolts on the Millennium Falcon, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I initially was like, well, the fire burns down her apartment and the whole building and the antique shop, so she probably got a big insurance
payout. Yeah.
And at the end of the first movie, she just like strong arms her boss in like a corner office and highest paid reporter.
I mean, she's actually like honestly like there is no continuity between Judith Hogue's version of April O'Neil and Paige Turco's. There's zero. She's basically a different person.
And I noticed that when the first moment that Paige Turco shows up on screen, there are these people coming out of the apartment building, and they're like, "Oh, you're that news lady, April O'Neil." And it's like, "Hey, audience, here's that news lady, April O'Neil. You might not recognize her."
1000% why that's there. And every time I watch the movie, I notice that and chuckle at myself for being so smart. I'm usually just like, and that's something I would like tap my wife and say to her. And feeling very satisfied with myself.
Much better man than my couple IQ deviations above me, because I literally just caught it like the last couple of viewers, and I was like, "Oh, that's why they did that."
Well, it's because you finally watched it with like the intention of speaking to somebody about it.
Right, I watched it with something other than a child's eyes. Like I can't turn these movies on and not watch them with my child's eye.
100%. Yeah. Let me see here. Trembling says when they show April's apartment at the beginning of 2, where they are all living with her, you see Splinter coming downstairs. Was that fucking rat sleeping in her bed?
And then she says, "What were you doing up on the roof?" And he goes,
"Come."
Coming.
Conclusion or what, something like that.
No, yeah, because there's the extra long beat.
Yeah, they pointed that out. I stole that from Red Letter Media. But I got
Yes, I saw that too. Yeah.
Another trifle that I've thought about like 3 times that I have to say before we end up closing the book on part 2. I love when there's like a New York movie and they cut to the random Jewish couple.
Yeah.
Like when Toka and Razor are raising hell and knocking
Yes.
stuff. Cut to the couple and he's like, "Oh, look at those guys over there. They're tearing everything down. I hope they don't come over here." And the wife's like, "Let them get their own cab."
Yes, very, very stereotypical, but like it's comforting to see though, because every movie had that.
Yeah.
He also says, "I was always a Paige Turco boy, but she isn't as gettable as Judith Hogue, so Hogue is hotter." You know, that might go into the calculus. I was kind of like you, Trembling. I was always a Paige Turco guy. Like I just thought she was hotter, but I don't know. The past couple years, Judith Hogue, I'm like, no. Judith Hogue, would do some shit. You know what I mean? It'd get a little weird. It'd get a little dark. We would probably have a great night though.
Like she'll want you to like tie her to the couch and go to work.
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen the movie Nymphomaniac?
Like she wants to be left with a urine bucket.
Oh my god!
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Just a real, just she likes being told what to do. She needs a daddy.
Well, that's what she needs, a man in a hockey mask with a big stick.
Yeah,
and, and if you'll notice, Casey Jones is wearing gray sweatpants most of the time. You know what that means? He is a very confident man.
Yeah, he wants to show her the goods. Show her the goods. Come here, show her the goods. Okay, so well, speaking of that, you guys are familiar with Oprah Winfrey, right? See what let's see what the turtles really. I mean, this is we don't have this kind of journalistic integrity in this country anymore. We need to go back to the days when Oprah was asking the serious questions.
Yes. Do you sometimes wish that April was a turtle?
Whoa, definitely.
Conceptually, that works for me.
You know, I've been trying.
What the fuck were they thinking? What is going on here? And these are actually like the kitty turtles. This is like, oh yeah, we play rock music. We pantomime rock music on a stage in front of kids at an amusement park.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the turtles that are like, believe in yourself, kids. And
yeah.
You can do
Yeah, I want to fuck April O'Neil. Goddamn right I do.
Also, what makes this even better is that, and I hope this girl never watches this, but because I love you, hon, I'm not going to say your name. Very fond memories, but this looks just like from the down to the red curly hair and the smile, a girl that I knew at Whole Foods that just fucked every single man in the place that she could find, and so she's just like, she's got that slutty redhead vibe that I love.
Yeah,
and she's doing her job.
Oprah,
man, I cracked myself up.
Oprah, I've been trying to talk her into an interspecies relationships for months now.
Whoa, chill, man.
And she won't do it.
She can't hold her breath.
So
No,
this
she can't do it.
whole-
The biggest problem is she can't hold her breath long enough. You know.
Did you guys hear what April O sells?
This is predictive programming for black.com.
Or predictive programming just for furries.
Yeah.
Never had a chance, dude.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Just like leading us into this idea that it's okay to cross these lines, and I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure. But anyway, I won't interrupt anymore.
April O'Neil, she says, she's like, I'm a professional, I'm a journalist. That's what she was saying in the background.
Well, okay, coming up.
That kid says it all right there.
They are traumatized.
Girls are going to perform their hit. Did you want to?
This kid's upset. He's like mad.
Because if this is scripted, this is like, who the
fucking
fuck
weird.
approved of this?
I really want to know. Like, they're talking about their interspecies relationships. One of them used the word, that would be good for me sexually.
He said sexually, didn't he? I thought I was filling that in my brain.
No, he did.
My God.
And this kid's not happy.
But here's my
you say something?
If it's scripted, it's extremely weird. If it's off the cuff, why did you let these fucking hobos stumble out the stage and just fucking
because if it's off the cuff, you were literally hired to not do things like that.
I just wanted to say that
10
the
seconds,
one
please.
thing, the one thing about the Turtles, being a reporter, it's hard for me not to analyze. And the good thing about these guys.
Okay, I guess they didn't address it. Sick stuff, everybody.
That's
Sick
not my
stuff.
Judith Hogue.
That's not my Judith Hogue. God damn it! Yeah, was she trashy? Did she fuck all the turtles? Yes, but she wouldn't have gloated about it. She would have been making jokes about it. She would have said, "No, that's private, buddy. That's private." All right. Well, does anybody have any final words for that so we can get on to the final film?
I'll close with Secret MVP from Secret of the Ooze. Michael J. White is in the audience for the Vanilla Ice.
That's right, he is.
Concert, so.
Is he the guy that gets his tie taken away?
I think that's him, or he gets kind of pushed or something, and then yeah.
I'm gonna
He's got a line. He's got a line or two, where he reacts. But
even though I would never pay money for his NECA figurine, I really think the professor is. I love his performance. I love how straight he plays everything.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah,
to be there.
I mean, that would be my not so secret MVP, I guess, because he's part of the main cast, but he's really good. He actually adds the groundedness. He really finds a good balance between kind of being a silly cartoon character and a groundedness to him as well. Because, like you said, he's just playing it straight.
All right. Then if you need me to do a deep cut, the secret MVP of the movie is the girl at the end in the red dress who openly wants to fuck Michelangelo.
I think
He's
that's
like grinding up on him.
Go ninja, go ninja, go.
Hostage and almost pours the ooze on her, and
that's right. That's some
what
pretty exciting stuff.
It does the thing that like what is the obsession in the late 80s, early 90s with like a big speaker and hitting the note and then somebody flying? They did it in Back to the Future.
Yeah.
This, I'm sure they've done it in a million commercials.
That's true.
That's not the way sound works. So I guess it is the way sound works, but not with that size speaker. I'm sorry, not even one.
Listen, but it's turtle power, Dan.
You're right.
It's different. It's different.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move on to TMNT 3 Turtles in Time.
Ride. We'll turn out the lights. Flip. Woo! Run. This is so good for your calves. Jump
into your nearest theater.
It's time
to see the #1 movie in America.
Awesome.
Turtles 3.
Yeah, you were expecting the Addams Family?
Joel Siegel says, I had a shell of a good time.
What was that? You want to run that by me again?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3.
Okay, go ahead, punk. Make my day.
Rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
That trailer, that commercial break, just so low energy compared to the other two.
even the trailer guy wasn't that enthused.
Yeah,
he's like, well, I guess this is what we call earning a paycheck today. It's directed by Stuart Gillard, written by Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird, and Stuart Gillard. Stars Elias Koteas returning as Casey Jones, Paige Turco, Stuart Wilson, Sam Shimono, Vivian Wu, Mark Queso, Jim Raposa, and others. The logline plot synopsis is: when journalist April O'Neil discovers an ancient scepter with magical powers, the Turtles must cowabunga their way back to the 17th century Japan to rescue her from the evil clutches of Lord Norinaga. Boy. So do we feel like this was what's the big problem with this? Is it too high concept?
Well, yeah, it's high concept. It has no... You're supposed to give a fuck about all these people for the entire movie. This movie is a 15 or 20 minute, maybe 30-minute sequence in what should be a 2-part movie called Turtles in Time.
Yes,
where in
I
the
agree.
first movie, they have to go back through several different... They have to like chase Shredder through several different parts in the past, and Baxter Stockman. And then in the second part of the movie, they go into like a future where Shredder is taken over and have to fight him there. So this sequence is full of characters that aren't from Ninja Turtles, that nobody knows or cares about, and then they don't give you anything to care about except generic shit. And then they do this weird stuff where like everything in the past has a parallel to the future.
Yeah.
But some things don't. So it's like, wait, there's a Casey Jones in the past, that like looks like the Casey Jones of the future. So okay, so he's the Casey Jones character in the past. So is the captain guy the Shredder of the past, or is that the Warlord guy?
No, I don't think. Yeah, I think that's where it just breaks down. They're just like, no, Elias. We just need a Casey Jones guy. We got Elias Koteas. We're just gonna have him play a different character. Which I guess are they implying that's like an ancestor of Casey Jones? I don't even know.
I don't know.
Yeah, they don't even. Yeah,
they don't explain it. They don't know. They don't know. They were just like, oh yeah, you know, he's in the movie, but like, so Casey Jones is in the movie, but he's not part of the action. But we want Casey Jones to be part of the action, so we have a guy in the past that looks like Casey Jones. It's just everything's so convoluted, nothing makes any sense, and it's got an even worse case than what the first two movies have, where it's just a bunch of vignettes that aren't really connected to anything. It's just a bunch of cool scenes, and honestly, like this shit is cool as hell. I already packed away the figurines, but I got two different sets of them. So I mean, this shit is iconic. My son has a lunchbox that has them. It's not the live versions of them. It's like a sketch of them in this armor, and it's like cartoon stylized. Like this is iconic shit. And then the actual meat of the movie, there's nothing there. It's all air. It's like a croissant.
I like that's a good review. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, like a croissant. There's nothing there.
Because like, who are these people? What do we care about? Like, there's this tribal war, or not a tribal war, but like these two clans fighting.
It's all actually, it's too complicated of a plot because it's like the white man is coming. He's going to give these people gunpowder.
Yeah, it's like the
guns
last samurai.
and you're like
Zatuichi, the blind samurai.
Because you know what the obvious thing to do is to send the turtles back in time and do Seven Samurai, where there's like a village is being attacked by another the warlord, and the turtles are going to save the village.
Yeah, that's all that it needs to be.
That's all it needs to be. And they have to train the people that live in the village. They have to train them how to do kung fu and stuff.
Right.
And they can, that's the obvious, satisfying conclusion. And then they can build a relationship with them. They become integrated into the community. And then at the end, it's kind of, it pulls at your heartstrings because they got to go back. Like,
well, that's just it. That's the whole dramatic conclusion of the movie. Is like after chasing Shredder through all these different periods of time, they like kind of corner him in that period of time. Maybe Shredder is himself the warlord that comes and takes it. Maybe not. Maybe you want to say that for the third movie. Doesn't matter. Like you said, it's a bittersweet ending because they can't finish their job there. They have to like train the people who are there because they have to follow Shredder forward through time or whatever. And it's a sequence in a much larger movie.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's like too convoluted. It's too complicated. They throw so many new characters at you at once, and half of it's in Japanese. And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you have a guy they should have had somebody that kind of passively looked like Shredder to be the Lord or whatever that's coming down on this village because they're not producing enough grain or some stupid shit like that.
It could have been anything.
And then they just do that story and just keep it simple. Here, there's too many moving parts. Like separating the turtles is not very effective in this one. Is it Michelangelo is the one that gets lost in this one? It's not Raph this time that they have to save. Austin Calloway says, "I love Turtles 3. It's proto Kingdom Hearts." Laugh out loud. Yeah, because it's so like stupid. The power of fun.
Watching it as an adult, I appreciate it much more.
I don't think it's as bad as its reputation is. I just think it's kind of boring.
Yeah, it's boring. Nothing happens that sticks in your mind, but I like looking at it still. I like having it on. Yeah. But it's analyzing it as an adult. It's like, yeah, like there's nothing about this that sticks to your ribs. It all just kind of flows right through your brain.
Well, the only things I ever remember is just the bad parts, like whatever happened with the animatronic heads or the suits.
God.
I was gonna say if they needed to keep anything in shadow, like this was the opportunity to do it because this is probably the most well lit and colorful of the three.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And that none of those animatronics hold up at all in this. Even the teeth. I mean, I've always kind of been a little weirded out by the teeth in all three, but
it's pretty egregious in this one.
Yeah.
Austin also says Walker, the villain, influenced the villain of my first story I wrote in 6th grade. I didn't realize it till later. Well, that's really cool. That's cool. Like, listen, that's cool that it was an influence on you. You know.
Hey, and that you bring up, I'll get some shade thrown my way here, but yeah, of all the characters, I actually don't mind the Walker performance.
No, I don't even. No, he's fine actually, because it's very similar to his performance in The Mask of Zorro.
Yeah, right.
He plays a very similar kind of bad guy. No, actually, I don't even think his character is bad. He's not given a lot to do. It's just I think it just overly complicates something that's already got so many other things going on. Right. That if you just kind of remove the necessity of having to explain what he's doing there, I think the movie is just it's just better for it. If you just gave them a simpler problem to solve, like something more direct, like saving, like helping a village save itself. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think, and then that kind of even thematically would have kind of resonated with the rest of with the other two movies, in the sense that Splinter being concerned about them not being ready to go out into the world, but now they're also becoming like teachers. They're becoming masters themselves. I think that could have worked really well. But like, I mean, I think it's most of the humor is doesn't land super well. I mean, they do some kind of classic fish out of water stuff. I don't know if April really needed to be back there. They just didn't have. She had nothing to do really.
I'm surprised they waited till this film and not in 2 Secret of the Ooze to have her show some leg and to do a quick little swing reference.
Yeah, this one actually has a few crude jokes in it.
Yeah.
It's like they were trying to figure out what the right balance was. This is the one though that Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird actually prefer over this. They prefer this one over the second one. Because this was supposed to be part of a bigger thing where they connected all of the different mediums of the Turtles. Because they were going to have like a comic book part, animated series part, and then they were going to do the movie as kind of the finale. And they did a comic book part and an animated series part, but they didn't end up like connecting them. But they did actually go through with it a little bit. Trebling says, or if you're going back in time, make it be the origin of the Foot Clan. They even hinted in the first movie that the Foot Clan was much older. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. Just to have it be more like directly a Turtles thing.
And wasn't the Foot Clan originally like good, and then Shredder took them over and made them bad?
Honestly, I don't know. That might be a comic book thing.
That would be a cool time paradox thing where like the Turtles go back in time and actually create the Foot Clan.
Oh,
they're a good force for a long time until Shredder takes them over.
Now we're talking.
Hire me. Pay me $150,000 to write your stupid fucking comic book movie. Damn it.
Austin says, I like 3 better than 2. See, now that's the first time I've ever heard that, other than today when Kevin Eastman said he preferred it. I like coming back to it, like I said, I don't think it's a bad movie. I just thought it was kind of boring.
Right.
And I wish like it feels like not an Elseworlds tale, but it's like a side comic. It's like a one-off. And I guess maybe I just prefer the Turtles being kind of more like urban in the city. I just prefer that maybe, you know?
Also, in the first 2, we were treated to like some pretty solid openings, some really nice, cool, fun, energetic introductions to the Turtles, and here we get ZZ Top.
Yes, actually, and I meant to bring it up because each movie tells you what kind of movie it's going to be in the first 2 minutes. And this tells you what kind of movie it's like. Oh, we are in a very different situation now.
And in terms of my rewrite of this, which I don't know if I'll have too much time to go into because we're getting long in the tooth, but well, you fucking know what it is. I just told you what it is. Baxter Stockman makes time travel. They have to chase Shredder back through time, and then in the second movie, they have to chase him forward through time. Jesus Christ, it's not rocket science, people.
Right.
Come on, guys. This is just a good turtle story. That's all.
But the third movie needed was like a James Bond style intro, where the Turtles take down a second-rate villain who we haven't seen on screen before. I proposed the Rat King.
Oh, okay.
Where like they show a nice, tight, concise.
Yeah, you want
scene.
the end of their last adventure.
Yes, they work as a team to take down this guy, and things go well, and it establishes that the turtles are like doing well. The Foot Clan's taken care of. They're dealing with other shit in the city, and then not April O'Neil shows up with. Okay, here's another thing. Okay, this entire thing happens because April happens to walk into an antique shop and see a lamp that she, in a very racist, privileged white woman way, immediately is like, "Oh, I'll get this Japanese fucking bric-a-brac for Splinter. He'll love that."
It's an ancient egg timer.
Wow, good one. Why don't you fucking? Why don't you pick him up some sushi on the way home too, April? You fucking.
She just brought him back some cheese. Just a block of fucking cheese.
I know you like this stuff, right?
So this
Stuff's expensive, Splinter.
whole thing hinges on a narrative non sequitur of April just like oh, here's this extremely powerful time travel tool that's sitting out in the open in a fucking shop in Chinatown.
Well, I mean, how do things happen? You know?
I know, I get it. It's the gremlin. It's the mystical Chinese man selling stuff on the corner. All right, I get it. But come on. There should have been something more significant, like a scientist inventing time travel in the previous movie. It's up already.
I mean, and that it could have happened. Well, I agree with you because I actually like that format of these kinds of stories, especially with sequels. Is that it's pretty common to have the end of an off-screen adventure being taken place as your opening set piece, and it would have been cool. Yeah, I think, but that's none of these movies have opening set pieces. None of them. Which is kind of actually weird when you think about it, considering that they're kind of, in some ways, have the structure of generic action movies. But yeah, no, I think that would have been cool if it was related to something more interesting than, I was out antiquing today. Austin says, 3 is really fun and memorable to me. He says 2 starts out really fun with Kino and in the intro and everything. They were just stuck in the ugly junkyard hideout in the middle while Shredder and the bald guy just come up with schemes. It's good. He says, I think Kino is actually one of the better parts. Kino is a great protagonist. I like Kino. I don't think Dan or Jeremy really liked Kino.
I like Kino.
I'm fine with him
enough, but I'm bitter that he replaced Casey. But as we're talking about the junkyard, another thing I have to mention before I forget. One of my favorite silly little things that takes me out of the movie. It's one thing that I really don't like about Secret of the Ooze. When they're in the junkyard and all the turtles are in the net, the guy who's operating the excavator is Tatsu. Okay.
Yes.
And he's like in his big eat the bugs robe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's with the sharp shoulders.
Yeah, he's just off from the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, and he's operating the excavator, and it just looks so silly because he got this stern look on his face, and he's in this weird costume, and he's operating. Does he have a license for this piece of heavy machinery?
No, they're like the Golden Harvest people. They don't care about regulations, rules.
Exactly.
Not where he's from.
I was thinking about that today, why that's always rubbed me wrong, and it's well, first of all, he's the Shredder's right-hand man. He's not just a dude operating. You would get a random.
He has to take a hands-on approach. Shredder demands this. We saw that in the first film. Remember how disappointed Shredder was?
Remember that cutscene? Oh no, my apocalypse shelf is in my face. Remember that cutscene where the Foot Clan was they were having a contest to see who could operate the excavator with the most grace, and they were seeing who could pull the tab on a can of beer with the excavator, right?
Yeah.
Tatsu was the only person who did it, and he went viral. So Shredder said Tatsu is the only guy who gets to play with the excavator.
And Tatsu was kind of angry about it. You can't tell because he always looks angry, but he was angry about it because he felt like he just got kind of tricked into doing something that he didn't want to do.
The look on his face, he's thinking, never let anyone know you're good at something.
Ever again. You guys are jerks. Tremming says Donatello refers to a frog as an ancestor. 2 thumbs down. Austin says 3 just goes by really fast to me, while 2 kind of drags in the middle, I think. I am a sucker for sequels with completely disconnected villains and A-B plot structures. Turtles 3 is like Super Mario Brothers 2 or Majora's Mask. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I can understand, just like it's your generation's, like you just are more familiar with it. Like Dan and I, like Turtles 2 is like our Turtles movie. Really. It's really our Turtles movie. Like that's the one we watched the most as kids. But I'm sorry, Dan, I didn't mean to cut you off. I needed to get through some of the chats.
No, that is my whole point, that whole little pocket of the movie would have sold a lot better if it was just a random foot soldier operating the crane and not fucking scowly faced Tatsu in his ninja out.
Yes, I don't know why they had him do that, honestly, because you could still have Tatsu there. He could just be kind of overseeing it.
Right.
Maybe laughing at the turtles, poking them, doing something like bad guy shit. You know?
I think Tatsu just had like a very personal vendetta that we don't fully know about yet.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly.
That's
how memorable part 3 is that we're talking about part 3 and I'm like, oh, remember that part from part 2?
Well, part 3 is the first one too that they have. Well, I guess 1990s kind of has it, but they has a little kid protagonist. A little kid's in on the action. The one that Mikey saves from the fire, if you recall.
Oh yeah, the weird parasocial relationship that he has with the kid. Michelangelo is like crinkling papers behind him.
Hey, what's your name? Michelangelo? Oh, what are you from the future? Cool.
Oh, we got some messages between you and Yoshi. Oh, weird. But Austin Calloway said they should have made a scientist guy a Krang. In my rewrite of it, Baxter Stockman's fucking with time. What he actually ends up fucking with is dimensions. Okay. And he opens up the portal to dimensions. Don't laugh at me, Shaun. This is my fucking movie.
I'm sorry.
So they open it. He thinks he's fucking with time, but he's actually fucking with dimensions, and it rips a hole open to Dimension X. And he is confronted by the Krang, and the Krang are like, "We can give you the technology to move through time if you blah blah blah." And that's how he ends up being a bad guy. Anyway,
the intention was to do Baxter Stockman, and they thought like Baxter Stockman's little robot mouse things would be too complicated of an effect, but the reveal was going to be that the Krang alien race, the Ukub or whatever they're called, was actually going to be the scientists. So actually, you're on the same wavelength of what they kind of were wanting to do with it, but obviously because they wanted to shit it out in a year, they're like, no, we can't do anything like that. Like, no. That's too much. Too much work.
3 weeks to make this movie, and everything's animatronic. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Austin says, at least it isn't RoboCop 3. RoboCop 3. Well, listen, Austin, I got to tell you, RoboCop 3 is kind of in Turtles 3 territory. I mean, I'm just saying, it kind of is. It's
Shaun,
like a cartoon.
Turtles 3 has a jetpack, bud. So,
well, listen, this is true. Where heroic music plays and you blast it. It's awesome. Tremming says it should have been that twirly mustache foot soldier guy that was working for April early on in 2. Yes. Callaway says, let him cook. The game slapped. They did slap. I still like the games. Actually, they made a new one that was kind of a spiritual sequel to Turtles in Time, Shredder's Revenge. That's actually very good. It's very good. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a ton more to say about Turtles 3. I don't hate it though. I will say this. I think it's perfectly competently made. But I kind of agree with Dan where it's like it's almost too disconnected from what I like about the Ninja Turtles to fully embrace. I just kind of like the Ninja Turtles in New York City. Like that's kind of where I see them. That's where I like to see them fight and battle. I don't just going to Japan just didn't work for me.
It would have worked a lot better if there were like 3 movies after that one.
Well, you would imagine it would be, because in the life cycle of it, like we would be running out of shit and we really wouldn't care. But they really started not caring like very quickly. By Turtles 2, they're already like, well, guys, we're really just trying to sell toys. You know that, right?
I have to think too, because of that I guess that gap between 91 and then 93. I think by this point too, a lot of people, that audience was growing out of Ninja Turtles for a while, and it took a little while for people to let it resurface for another generation. Because like this is 93. Like a lot of big blockbusters were coming out around that time too, and nobody was.
Oh, they got swallowed up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they clearly, like, there's no reason this needs to be a mediocre movie. Like, they didn't have to push it out in a year. They were chasing the bucks. They were chasing, like, because they know it's not going to last forever, this fad. I mean, it was a phenomenon. I don't know if people that weren't really alive during that time, like, understand it. Like, Turtles permeated everything.
Yeah.
Everything. They were inescapable. And they really squandered that treasure.
You know what I've been thinking about a lot as I've been playing with my toys? This might be extremely cynical, but they may have chosen them going back to like feudal Japan simply for the reason of like, this will make the whole costuming the Turtles thing way easier. Because now they don't have
100%
full rubber suits. Now they can be just like, latex mask and gloves with like, we'll just put like architecture in the rest of the suit that makes it look like it's got a shell and shit.
Oh, 100%. I mean, definitely, because I mean, they went out to the woods in Oregon and made this movie. Like, there's there's like not really many physical sets. You know what I mean? That would be on like a sound stage.
Yeah, because as I was watching the Turtles fight and everything, I was like, how much of the actual turtle costume is underneath all of that armor? Probably zero.
But like, I don't know. Is this some kind of cheat? Are you cheating me out of my turtles?
And this is for real. Pro tip: Mormon missionaries wear short sleeve button up shirts because they have to wear a suit coat, and if they're out walking around all day in the sun, they want to be a little bit cooler. So that's why Mormon missionaries wear short sleeve button up shirts underneath their suit coats, and that's why they fucking put them in samurai armor in Ninja Turtles 3. So that they can be like, hey, look, man, we don't have to hire stunt guys with as much acumen.
But it's also because it's a different studio, a different company was doing the animatronics. Because Austin said, I have never noticed the animatronics in 3. How? How?
Yeah, they're off the charts, dude.
Hold, I gotta find a scene of just them talking. Because they
have like Emmy Joy facial expressions in part 3.
Well, it's just. Oh, here we go. Let's see here. These are such a silly movie. This is real silly stuff, guys.
Yeah, we like to drop in about every 3
Like,
or 4
that's
centuries.
insane.
Yeah, and it looks like you're having a rough day. So.
Like, there's no subtlety. There's no like articulation, if you will. Like, if you go back and watch like the 1990 or Secret of the Ooze, their lips like curl and stuff. They don't just flap up and down like really quickly.
I've also never liked the ad. Like they go extra here, and there's a bit of it in 2 as well. But just the added like blotches, just like all over their faces and everything. It's just
to try to make them look more real or something. Or I don't. Maybe it's just that company was just like, no, we want to make our own turtle suits. They need to be distinct. Like some sort of weird ego thing. Tremlink says, yeah, in 1993, Jurassic Park took over kids' minds. Yes, 100%.
Right. Yeah, dinosaurs.
Because Super Mario Brothers was also basically a victim of Jurassic Park.
Right.
Yeah. Even Schwarzenegger couldn't survive Jurassic Park. The Last Action Hero fucking bombed because it opened against Jurassic Park. I remember being a kid. My dad, we were at the movie theater. Or outside of the movie theater. 2 posters. This was back in the day. Sometimes movie theaters only had 2 movies playing at a time.
Right.
They had Jurassic Park and Last Action Hero. And that Last Action Hero poster is cool as fuck. And I was a Schwarzenegger kid. I really liked Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Even I picked Jurassic Park over the new Schwarzenegger hotness. So, yeah, Jurassic Park fever was real. It's real. Austin says, I guess I didn't notice as a kid. 3 is really funny. Austin, well, you can be wrong all you want. Have you ever seen a turtle get down? But yeah. Well, what were you saying? Sorry, Jeremy, if I cut you off.
Oh, I can't even remember now.
It's getting late. It's getting that time.
Give us the scepter back and we'll get out of here.
like
There's a lot of that. It's just a lot of that. Yeah,
they're
nudging and
fucking
just gonna-
they're scary looking, and they look like it looks like a television product. I mean, this is essentially what they end up doing in the next mutation or whatever. It's kind of use very similar animatronics. You know what I mean? Are you gonna say something, Dan? Or are you just gonna stare at me?
I'm horrified. I don't know what to say.
Dude, they just look weird.
Frogs.
Actually, they do look frog-like. Mikey's really the only one that kind of looks like he looked like in the other movies.
Because he's always had a silly look. He's always had a comedic look. So
Yeah.
they made him all a little goofy. Like Donnie gets a little goofy in the second one. He gets some eyebrows. And then in this one, it's like they all used Michelangelo as the template. Like, give him a big smile and some goofy eyes.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Shaun, you do a good job at just like finding like the perfect places to just like freeze frame, because Mikey looks like he's definitely getting blown by Paige Turco right now in
Yeah.
this one shot.
Or maybe Yoshi.
Or maybe Yoshi.
Yeah, well, they definitely made an effort to kind of try to bring it a little closer to the cartoon. They all have like bigger eyes.
Yeah.
Bigger mouths, but it's just terrifying.
Yeah, You have disgraced my ancestor.
I mean,
But you won't disgrace me. For that I'm willing to die. Kill him.
Go.
like, you know what I mean? Like, this is all like too complicated. Even in this scene, like what we're doing with these characters is like too much, too complicated. Because there's not going to be enough time to build this out in any way that's actually interesting. Austin says, Tarzan Boy slaps. Yes. The strange decision to put that Tarzan Boy song on the soundtrack, it was like a 10-year-old song at the time it came out. Austin says, I like complex. Yes, I do. I like complex too. But what I mean is, like, there's not enough time to actually make this complex. So you just get these like kind of like little surface level elements that never are developed in any way that actually, I don't know, feels like it works, at least for me anyways.
I would say the comedy that does, maybe it doesn't hold up as well, but I don't mind as much as is the stuff with Casey Jones and the other feudal Japanese guys.
Yeah, this like when they're at the bar and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that stuff's pretty funny still.
Yeah, I think some of that stuff definitely works. And actually they do a pretty funny, like, even joke when they have to go back to the subway and he's like, come on guys, we got to go back. And they're like, oh, okay. Not. And then they go back and play Asteroids or whatever. It definitely kind of got me a little bit. I like Elias Koteas as Casey Jones though. And I wish we got to see him just be Casey Jones. Whoever he's playing in the past, I don't know, some fucking hobo, like some dirty hobo guy. Like, I don't know. It just wasn't working for me. Didn't give me the goods. Telling you, it's a silly movie. It's a silly movie, guys.
Yeah.
It could have been better. Dan's epic was never going to see the light of day.
Oh, I'm so pissed.
I mean,
So
they're
pissed
probably
that
right
they
now.
didn't wait 20 years to ask me what it should be.
We all know they're listening right now, and they're scribbling it down. They're trying to find a way to change it just enough so you can't sue them.
Dude, they spent $350 million on the fucking Marvels, and they won't give me $50 million to make Turtles in Time. I can
mean,
make
come
Turtles
on.
in Time for $50 million tonight, dude. Tonight.
Tonight, you just give me the resources, dude, and I'm gonna listen.
I'm like Alec Baldwin and Glenn Gary. With the resources you got, I can make Ninja Turtles 4 tonight.
Tonight. Always be turtling.
And
Always be turtling.
Yeah. Always be turtle waxing. I want to warn anybody who is out there who wants to build a shelf. Okay. What you saw tonight was mostly boxes. That's all that it was boxes. Let me show you
The illusion.
the sad end of what you're spending your money on. Right here.
All right, and Austin says he's got to go, so good night, Austin.
Good night, man.
This is it.
Oh, is this where you
all
put?
of it,
Yeah.
Okay. It's in fucking cardboard boxes. I'm gonna stick it in the corner and hide it. Okay. Next time I do.
Why don't you just leave them up on a shelf?
Because the truth is, there's no shelf, Shaun. There's no shelf. I have like 2 months of like building down here before I have shelves and stuff. They'll be up on a shelf.
I was gonna say, just do it.
'Cause they're gonna
Be
get
a
fucked
shelf
up if I
guy.
leave them in the box. You know what I mean?
No, listen, you've done the right thing because you know you're gonna want to take them out and play with them. So you can't put them in their packaging because then at some point you're gonna ruin the packaging, and that's not cool.
Sean, they are all organized in Ziploc bags and Tupperware containers.
You know,
I have truly put myself in a corner of hell.
dude, you know, I was going through maybe a weird time in my life or something, but like I used to fall asleep to guys cleaning G.I. Joe action figures and talking about them. And doing exactly what you're talking about. Like, and they would get like the little rubber bands that are inside the arms and stuff. They would get new ones and like little tiny screwdrivers.
Oof,
it was so satisfying. Yeah. Cleaning them with like Q-tips. Like, guys, I got a massive haul. We're gonna be here for a while. I'm like, let's go, dude. Let's go.
Well, as I was looking at them last night, I was like reorganizing everything, getting ready for my display tonight, and I saw that my Shredder from the 1990 movie has a little nick, got a little nick on his helmet, and I was like, oh, I should get on Reddit and ask them what color paint they would recommend using to fix that.
You should.
And then I was like, wow, this is not the person who I thought I would grow to be. Okay, I'm a different man than I expected.
I did not expect to be this fucking base. Base, red-pilled, naked to the gills. Trembling says, Dan will have a nerd-erotic amount of action figures behind him by this time next year. That would be impressive. If you guys don't know this, if you ever look at the YouTube channel, Nerdrotic, Gary, the guy who runs the channel, he has like his nerd room, his office. It is just, the wall is just lined with action figures. It's crazy.
Some of the pictures that I see posted on like the NECA Reddit and stuff, it's like,
it's disgusting,
but
awesome,
dude. Like, they don't even have room to pose the figures on the shelf because there's just it looks like Woodstock. There's fucking everybody shoulder to shoulder.
You see some of these guys too, and they just have the boxes, like not even facing out, showing the figures.
Yeah.
They just show that they have the boxes, like the spines. I'm
Yes. It's absolutely
Bro.
insane.
like, what do you do? I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of weird because I have the movie thing. And really, at the end of the day, like all these people, all you see are the spines. I'm only just looking at the spines. Maybe it's the same kind of thing.
No,
Like,
but
I know I have them. I know how cool it is.
It's different because the format of
Well, it's a figure.
The spine. What you see is the storage medium for the thing that you're enjoying.
That's true. Fair enough.
And so, like, I understand, like some of the boxes go together and make a little picture or whatever. But yeah, like you said, like some of these guys will just it'll just say like Halloween 2.
Yeah.
Like 6 boxes. It's like, what the fuck did you even buy this for? Oh, I wouldn't touch it, man. I wouldn't take it out of the package and touch it.
I love that group too because there's some real fucking. So there's a NECA group on Facebook that Dan and I are in, and there's some real stick in the muds in there. Like, and they're always.
I was gonna text you the other night, but I didn't think it was funny enough. I was like, dude, what if I go into the NECA group and like openly declare myself as the NECA king to all those guys? You know?
Oh my god, there's the dude that would be hilarious. And you got to stick to it. And you, whenever they say you have a knockoff, be like, dude, that's not a knockoff. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes, defend the knockoffs to the death.
Yeah. But there's the guy that actually threw like some really just perfect NECA collector kind of shade at Dan, where Dan made a joke where he had a picture of one of his knockoffs, and then he has his real NECA toys. He's like, do your NECA, like your authentic NECA toys, laugh at your knockoffs? And the guy's like, I would never buy knockoffs. Dude,
yeah, like, no, they never do because I don't buy knockoffs.
Yeah, I don't buy knockoffs. And I wanted so bad to just be like, egg him on. I thought about it. I was like, I don't know if I need to be involved in this. But I want to be like based, dude.
Yeah, seriously. I was befuddled. I was thunderstruck. I didn't know what to say.
You kind of don't when people say shit like that. You're like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know. What am I going to do here? What are we doing?
It's like, hey, you know what? Hey, your toy dick is bigger than mine, bud.
It's true. It's true. I don't know. What about you, Jeremy? Do you think you're going to get into the NECA toy collecting business now that now you spent enough time with us? You're going to do some stupid shit. One of them could be buying toys.
I don't know. I think I'm kind of out NECA'd in this room right now. I'm gonna just.
Dude, well, I don't have a NECA. I have a Playmate though. I have a Playmate Michelangelo.
Yeah.
That is a kind of like a streaker, but really they just did a whole series of toys with all of the turtles dressed like Raph did for some reason. Just as something to sell you. But I found this on clearance. I got this for about $2.75.
Well, in the cartoon, they would regularly do the trench coat fedora look to just go out in public and shit.
Yeah.
But this one particularly references the movie and it says they're dressed like Raph. Like it's actually it's like on the box.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's the Playmates TMNT movie line. I guess maybe they couldn't do the same thing as NECA was doing. They're like, all right, we'll show you. We'll show you, NECA. We're also going to have our 90s turtle line. They've brought back all that stuff. Actually, all of the 90s turtle toys, the 80s, 90s stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
they're all
like
back.
$30. Dude, you go on eBay.
They're like $10, but there's a lot of them.
I got this shit for $5 and like $2 shipping, dog. It's the real one.
That's why they call me the king, motherfucker. Trembling says Dan mixing up his NECA beefs with his butcher foreign beefs could be funny. Actually, yes. You're not going to do it? Come on, Jeremy. What are you talking about? You don't own any turtle toys? I mean, what are you, gay?
I mean,
yeah, you're not going to be an adult baby with me.
Yeah. Get with it. Get
with the times,
No,
dude.
this-
It's cool.
this is part
Dude,
of
it's
a,
cool. 30-year-old guys buying toys is fucking cool now. Okay?
No, this is my midlife crisis. Dudes with money buy sports cars. And
Yes.
This was me.
I buy Blu-rays. That's my perpetual midlife crisis.
I buy laser discs because it's partly analog transfer and the darks are better.
Dude, it's better. I don't know what you're... Okay?
You know why I bought those laser discs? Because they were like $5, and
Yes.
I always wanted to hold a big CD.
Yes, yeah.
I've always wanted to go back to 1993 and pull one of those suckers out of the package and hold it, and I finally did, and it was totally worth the like $6 I paid.
Do you collect any...
Braveheart? Get out of here.
Do you collect anything, Jeremy? I mean, I know you buy movies, but
Yeah.
are you gross like me? Do you have like thousands of them?
Apart from movies, I had a weird collection phase, I guess like end of high school and through college, but used to eat a lot of Tic Tacs and icebreakers and mints and gum and things like that. I would just hold on to all the canisters, and I would try to build models out of them or something like that.
Okay, well, hey, if you were doing something productive with them, then I can't fault that.
Yeah,
I can't fault that. Trembling says, I just hope you don't get into hot toy shit. Those are nearly $1,000 a piece sometimes. Yes, hot toys are very expensive. They're very cool looking.
Yeah.
They are really nice. But yeah, no, that's way too much. I don't even know. I don't know if I'll ever make enough money to ever be the type of person that would do that. I don't know.
Right.
I would like to think I wouldn't. But I probably would. I'd be like, it's all relative.
I'd say, I guess on a much more healthier note, I'm building a nice fine collection of running medals, I guess, from all of my events.
Oh, whatever. Wow, dude, you're so gay. Were you out there running marathons, queer?
Hey, Jeremy, let me ask you a question. How many of those medals you get a deal on, bud?
Huh? Yeah, I got 6 medals too, buddy. Got it at the clearance rack in Walmart. Okay.
Yeah, there is a metal effect on my shredder's coat that looks like it's silver. So I've got some medals too there, Jeremy. Think about that.
Yeah, you ever think about that?
Well, if I go full NECA, first one's got to be Venus.
Hey, listen.
Have you ever seen a turtle get down?
No, for serious. Have you ever seen a turtle get down? Yes. So they had to scrap plans for a Turtles 4. Which some of it survived into this show, the Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation. The biggest one being a 5th turtle. They were going to introduce a 5th turtle into the Ninja Turtles movies. It was not going to be a girl, though. It was going to be some dude named Kirby. Which, just the classic, because it was named after the comic book artist, Jack Kirby, I think.
Yeah.
But they ended up making a show in like, was it like 1997 to 98, and there is the female turtle, Milo de Venus, or Venus de Milo, sorry, Venus de Milo, which I don't understand. I don't know what. I guess they were trying to even do it back then. Okay, just the boys could not have their fucking toys. Okay, had to give us this turtle who's barely fuckable. I mean, she's barely even hot. Okay.
Well, until you take off the
speak
mask.
for yourself there, Shaun. I would say that it's kind of like your Paige Turco, Judith Hogue thing. I think there's something dirty about Venus.
Venus.
Yeah, she, you know, she might do something that other ladies might not do for you.
That's,
You know what I
this
mean?
is true. What is it like to have sex with an anthropomorphic turtle?
Listen, technically she's an amphibian, land or water, my friend. Okay.
I mean, she's good with lube. She's always lubed up.
Oh, that just reminded me of one more thing that I wanted to mention that I totally forgot, going all the way back to the first movie.
Okay.
There's this brilliant joke that I never picked up on. Okay, until I watched it this time. And they're down in the sewer, and Casey's like, "Yeah, we gotta get up topside again." You know what I mean? And Donatello goes, "Oh, I get it. You're claustrophobic." And Casey goes, "Hey, I never looked at a guy. Don't ever say that."
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
So
that's
good.
That's a good joke.
Never picked up on that.
Trebling says Jeremy with his actual achievements and high-end cookware. Gay.
Yeah, dude,
Listen,
pretty
it is what it
gay.
is. It is what it is.
Hey,
Listen.
you all love it though. At the end of the day,
Listen,
the cooking
listen,
stuff.
Good
Why
job
don't you-
winning all that shit.
Yeah, why don't you get fucking serious and start winning eBay auctions of fucking toys? Let's get fucking real here, guys.
Why don't you drive to your local Walmart and find the pricing on an object, and then intentionally find it on eBay slightly cheaper and buy it so that you can make a funny video to shove it in Sean's face.
Yeah.
Achieve
I mean,
something.
come on, do something real, tangible that people can enjoy. You know, you tell me about all these running medals, it just makes me think you're selfish. Who are you running for? Yourself? Come on now. Anyways, so yeah, I guess that's gonna kind of do it for the Turtles talk. We are definitely getting a little punchy. It's 1:41 in the morning. You know, guys, I really, in my mind, I was like, oh, 3 hours, we'll be done.
Yeah, I told you guys 12:30 was my pumpkin time, and we're an hour and 10 past that.
Yeah.
But well, hold on a second. I thought we were going to talk for a couple hours about the animated fourth movie, TMNT.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? You're right. You're right. If we're gonna do something right, we should do it right.
Probably start the next segment right now.
Yeah.
Hit the trailer, Sean.
Have you ever seen a turtle get down?
The TMNT movie, the spiritual fourth movie. You know, I don't remember it. I've seen it
It's
a long time
the
ago.
same deal as number 3. It's way more complicated than it needs to be. It adds way too much lore all at once that you don't care about, and it pays off in a very anticlimactic kind of way. It's a fun movie. There's a couple of really great sequences, but it's a trifle.
Okay. So you go. Would you say TMNT 2007 versus 2014? Where you going?
Honestly, I like 2014. At least the 2014 movies had like a cogent plot. I mean,
You know, I think I'm gonna end up watching those because we've just been talking about them so much, and I own them, of course, because I have a mental illness. And
you got to watch them and really watch them at least once.
I'm probably gonna revisit them too.
Well, you know, maybe we'll end up talking about them on a future episode.
I'll say this. They do nail the personalities of the turtles.
No, actually, if there is one thing, the turtles, the chemistry with the turtles is good. I would even say, like in Mutant Mayhem, like the way they recorded the actors was novel. I think it's cool. Like they were all in a room together, cutting up. They do authentically feel like friends, and like they have good chemistry. I'd say the same thing in 2014. They're good.
Yeah, nothing about the animated movie sticks to your ribs, and it is kind of a trifle. But yeah, let's pause that, and maybe we'll
come
have
back.
a sequel to this episode where we take in. Because I mean, if you hold on, I already packed it up, but I've got the collection we watch in our house is a 3-disc set with 5 movies.
Yes.
It's got the original trilogy plus TMNT, and then the 3rd disc Batman versus Ninja Turtles, which is so fucking dope.
Actually, it's cool. Hey, me or Foster and I watch that all the time. We watched it like a couple weeks ago. Have you seen Batman versus the Ninja Turtles, Jeremy?
I still haven't seen it yet, but I've seen some of the comics that it's based on.
Oh, that's right. It's based on a comic. That's
It's
right.
good stuff. And there's another one that we watched on your, I think it was on your
By Voodoo.
yeah, they're it's like Batman. They mix it with Lovecraft.
Oh yeah, the Doom that came to Gotham.
Dude, my
it's
kid
good.
fucking loved that. He made me watch it twice.
It's rad. Actually, I don't know if I have it on my Voodoo, but it's kind of a semi-sequel to Gotham by Gaslight, which is Batman versus Jack the Ripper, and it's actually pretty good. Pretty good.
But anyway, yeah, I gotta go to bed. I have to wake up in 2 hours. So
well,
okay,
that's
3 hours. Let's say 3. Let's give me 3.
Man, you're on turtle time now, pal. Okay, let's wrap this up, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. We appreciate you guys hanging out, contributing in the chat. Austin, Trembling, whoever else was there. Big Paul was here at one point. Also, somebody I haven't seen, Aeneas Tinker. That's a new person. So thank you for checking out the show. Appreciate it. And we will be back 2 weeks from now. We have not picked the next movie, so I'll have to keep people posted. Check Instagram, etc. That's where I'll put it.
Yeah,
I'll put it when we figure it out.
Go to the NECA King on eBay and please buy some of this shit from me. I really made a big mistake, and I kind of need to walk back from it a little bit. So a couple things up for sale already. Some Ninja Turtles 3, some Foot Clans. I got a couple of my knockoffs up there for cheap. And NECA King at eBay. Also check me out at the NECA King 420 on Instagram, where I pose my toys with marijuana because I'm an adult.
And there you go, everybody. Last thing, Trembling says the art for the Batman and Ninja Turtles comic book is cool as fuck. Yeah, it's really cool. Actually, the guy who did the artwork for that is the guy that does the Red Letter Media episode. Reviewing the 1990s movie. It's actually that guy. All right, everybody. We're no outros. We're just going. Goodbye. We're done. Adios.